take it from the hands of Super Ken, all leading into that next big objective. If they can get the tier 1, great. ZXORA gonna bait them out a little bit more here. Ethan was looking for his own setup under the turret. Aizen goes, split comes through. Lord is gonna be now up. Tier 1 will fall, still gonna be going for it. Netherrealm had to be used, so Forbid utilizing that ultimate, they might go ahead and respond with this. Indonesia has the information they need. RWM gonna come down, they find the stun, they have to get out of here. Mongolia on the retreat, forced out. And Indonesia might be able to just go ahead and take this Lord unless Mongolia has something to say about it. Ethan trying to get in position, Chorizo holding them down at bay with his Uranus. Lord now half health here. ZXORA in trouble, gonna get taken a couple shots here. Sakin with the go away, they'll find the jungler of Mongolia, he will fall. And this will be a free Lord for them as they take it down. Meanwhile, the rest of the action ensues. Lord finally goes in the hands of Indonesia. Aizen still on the run. Mongolia now on the defense.
That was a great stronghold defense coming from Indonesia. As you've seen, 3 ultimates were down. Ultimate of the E from Moreno, ultimate of Sakin, even ultimate of Vin. As you notice, it was trying to poke each other out in the distance because at that point, their hits or even their basics right now can even hurt by just being at 10 minutes right out of the game. So by that point in time, they're relying on Super Ken's damage and having a great amount of control. This is a complete defense against the sustain lineup of Mongolia.
Okay, the assault here in the mid lane. It's only a matter of time that tier 1 will eventually fall. Look at the Astral Recall shots here. Ethan's gonna have to go back to base, charge back up. Lord still has to be worked on. They're gonna meet them, clash it out here, tier 2, trying to hold on to it. They're actually gonna give it a go. ZXORA now gonna be in trouble. Forbid there to help him out, but it's a little bit too late. Will fall in the jungle. Lord finally get the tier 2. There's the RWM. Bebek's now in trouble as well. The lockdown comes through. The Netherrealm is not enough as well, but Super Ken will fall. So actually, yeah, a clutch Netherrealm to keep him alive. But again, how many times can they do that? They're keeping it even economy-wise. Indonesia still looking to make plays though.
Sakin hurts right now, completing and just utilizing. And he didn't even use that Inspire right away, saving for the right moment, but in just the damage, it hurts. Once they get a catch onto Mongolia, they just keep on going. Now, just by checking on the progress here of Sakin, you have the Groshan Scythe, you have the Golden Staff just picked up here, especially the Demon Hunter Sword. You have more ways of just piercing through the defenses of Ethan and as well as Zora, and not to mention Aizen as well, who has the Molten Essence that has the Blade Armor, even the Radiant Armor. We have 3 defensive items here present for this glue. So with this point, either one could be isolated from Indonesia, but the damage right now for Sakin and even Moreno is just working perfectly. Right now, they're buying more time here because even by just looking at the gold, it's not too far from one another.
Yeah, they're pretty much keeping it, even. Bebek's also just picking up the Wind of Nature. Ethan gonna find the hook on the target. Can they grab the kill? Super Ken gonna be in trouble. Goes in, can't get it just yet. He regens a little bit more. They're still gonna battle it out. Netherrealm has to be used here. Moreno just sitting pretty there, setting down the RWM. They don't have any follow-up just yet. Ethan finally falls here. Super Ken is still alive somehow, some way. And they keep it together. Indonesia now pressing the situation. Full force, 5 people up. They're going to go ahead. ZXORA is going to be slowed quite a bit. Appraiser's Wrath on the defense, but look at the shots coming out from Sakin. Look at the clean up. Gets it there, right under the turret, Indonesia.
There you go. Super Ken surviving the grab from Aizen. He wanted to box out one member from Indonesia. We're talking about defenses present for this hero, and he has the confidence to do so. One thing that was a bit of a problem there, he was out of distance for the team to actually reinforce with damage. So right now, Indonesia has more ways in melting down this Lord quickly, and they're having a bit of an advantage for a push. Now hitting the Astral Recall, Aizen's position has now been showed, and that's an Astral Echo as well being placed down. Just checking up, where is the members of Mongolia heading?
Yeah, a little bit too late, right? They were trying to see if they could get there in time, unfortunately not. So now losing some space to work with. ZXORA trying to just kind of hold that down a little bit longer. Will get forced back. They have to deal with the Lord now. It's going to be marching into this base, charging up here. Aizen trying to play that front role. Ethan, it's going to be up to him too. If he can find the hook that he's looking for, possibly even the Bloody Hunt. Won't find that connection. They try to keep Lord at bay. It's going to charge into the turret. Look at that, just clashing down here. Flicker after flicker. Netherrealm has to be expended, but ZXORA will fall. Sakin now still looking to unleash, picks up the Malefic Roar on top of it. They're happy with the mid inhibitor turret going down. Eyes set on the top now.
This is just
the
there's damage right on the hook.
Finds one. This is going to be one death. Super can finally fall in here. Can they hold on a little bit longer? Aizen was quite low. Turret, they're trying to hold on to it. Should be able to clear it as they do. A little bit of health left, but Indonesia still planning themselves here on the top side of the base.
This is the pickoff that can be a disadvantage for Mongolia. Once the hook is gone, once the Bloody Hand is gone, you can't find a place for Bebex to land those hits. You have to land those damage onto Indonesia. So one thing they're considering here is how will they make Bebex damage work into the back line of Indonesia. Because as we can see, there's a lot of B-line, there's a lot of borderline of Impure Rage poke damage potential by the Vision of Vin has been doing throughout the games of Indonesia. This is just a complete red carpet for Saken to take so much kills in the defenses of Mongolia. At this point in time, Bebex is struggling to point or have those targets right in, even just by using the right amount of basic hits to proc the ultimate of a Brody is even a struggle. So by this point in time, they're looking for a great avenue or a great pickup from Ethan. Actually, this is the hook that we're talking about. If that works completely and properly, effectively, that's a great way of securing a kill or even isolate one member from Indonesia.
Yeah, at least for Bebex, you know, he hasn't died yet, but you can see kind of the struggle here for this lineup for Mongolia, right? The struggle is you're just waiting on Ethan. Is he going to land a hook? Is he going to get the Bloody Hunt off? Right? Maybe Forbid can also, you know, flicker, use the Stampede, drag someone if they want to, but ultimately it just kind of comes down to waiting for Ethan to land a hook for the most part, right? Now, on the other hand, Indonesia, they have multiple options. Not only do they have poke potential, but even just having an Eve at this point, right? Moreno, you can just set up that death box, if you will, with real-world manipulation. And yeah, Sakin is having an amazing game so far, too, on this Melissa, right? Able to just pop off, use that go-away ultimate if he really feels pressure. But for the most part, man, no one's really been able to get to him that much, right? Other than some of those choke points within the jungle. Now, as we put our focus on these Lord takes, that's where it needs to come through for Mongolia if they want to contest this. Look at their positioning. They're getting ready for it.
Well, speaking of positioning now, Forbid is looking for someone here to spot inside of Indonesia. Now, by just having the half HP on this objective, Zoran Superken is present, but where is the roam? Where's the tank of Mongolia right now?
Okay, they're going to make
no
their
information
way.
Though.
Less than half health. They're going to force Indonesia back here. Look at the damage already coming through. Netherrealm has to be used. RDBM going to come through. They get the Netherrealm out. Lord's still going to be worked on. ZXora grabs the Lord, but they have to win the fight here. Aizen will fall. Sakin still pretty much untouched. Gets the double, forcing Mongolia back here. They're on the run. ZXora has to live. He won't be able to. Falls in his own jungle. It's only Bebex and Forbid. Bebex tries to get away to base. He can't get away though. Has the immortality, used that torn apart memory, gets the stun, tries to buy time. He finally gets in. What a play. Immortality will be popped though, and he'll eventually fall. Still buying time.
Wow.
Bebex, look at that. Picks up the meteor and goes, and he's still alive for a little bit longer before he falls, but what an amount of time he bought.
Diversion, sustain, and just by the Brody alone, Bebex buying enough time for the minions to even push. Having the Lord on their side, this is just complete way of just waiting for the members of Mongolia to go back and respawn. Completely pulling out the attention of Indonesia to him.
Wow. Bebex. That was his first death. What a worth. That's where you say worth, you know, first death of the game, worth, because holy moly did he buy so much time, and it kept Indonesia concerned, right? They continued to chase him, they had to deal with the Lord. Yes, ZXora came through getting that, but what can they do from this point, right? Again, gold-wise, it's pretty much even, but space advantage right now, obviously for Indonesia, and they're still a force to be reckoned with. Ethan has to be clutch here on the hooks if they're looking for an advantage in the number department.
Well, speaking of numbers and advantage right now, this is a complete reset on the waves, on setups, on team fights. Right now, they need to be aware of the positioning on who could get isolated from here. If Vision is concerned, Finn actually has more of the potential now to keep using that Astral Echo onto this ultra late game that we're actually experiencing, this is the window of the Navarre to actually show and keep on shining and keep on spamming those skills and finding out where are the members of Mongolia. So Vision right now in the late game is on the side of Indonesia. How will they capitalize on that, knowing that they have the tools right now?
It's crazy, man, right? Again, tournament lives here on the line here for Indonesia. They want to take us to a game 3. Mongolia is just giving them the hardest time to get to that 1-1 in the series, to break it down to a final game. Vin picking up the Ice Queen wand here will help them a little bit. Again, they're really trying to just slow down some of the members here of Mongolia, right? Slow them down, pick them off with the Astral Recall if you can, and meanwhile, just avoid these hooks. Now, the downside too is if Ethan hooks the wrong target. By wrong target, I mean either Super Ken, Chorizo, right? Because they also have the immortalities. And if they waste too many resources on trying to get a follow-up on the hook, on the wrong target, you lose so much firepower here. So they're gonna go ahead and get ready for this next Lord of the game. Either team, either way. Look at the positioning though.
Look at
both
Ethan.
teams.
Look at Bebex. Wow.
Key points for this positioning.
Revealed though, using that Astral Echo, Vin has completely exposed where is Bebex and Ethan. Now, more information Indonesia now has can be used against Mongolia, but who's going to take this objective now? This could change everything.
Again, Chorizo trying to hold down that front line. Lord going to be about half health here. Both teams, crucial how they do it. ZXOR quite low. He's getting poked down consistently from Vin. Now Eyes in the front of it all. They got to wait a little bit longer. They're going to go ahead and let Super Ken deal with this Lord for now until they give it a go. RWM going to come out here. Look at the backside. Even goes in with a flicker. He finds the lockdown. Netherrealm has to be used as well. Can they turn it around? Lord was secured by Super Ken, but they're trying to turn the tide of the fight. Super Ken on the run. Immortality will be popped. They don't have Sakin, and they lose 2 for Indonesia. They did get the Lord here, but now Mongolia setting their sights on the top side. They've got the numbers advantage. It's looking dire here. Can they defend? They need another 30 seconds or so, even with this Lord charging in down that mid lane.
There is a wave onto the base of Mongolia right now. Astral Recall has been placed. A lot of members right now. Mongolia is exposed. Look, the Lord is out of the lane. Completely joining the fight.
There he goes. Moreno cleaning up the kill. A little bit of a misstep there. Ethan gonna land the hook here. Bebex trying to get the kill. They get the lockdown. Moreno will fall. Netherrealm used as well. And now still dealing with the Lord here. It's getting a little crazy, a little sloppy, but both teams just slugging it out. Mongolia wants to end this game if they can. This Lord is beefy though. It's the 4th one of the game, finally taken care of. They've got to manage these waves as well.
Oh, Ethan was supposed to recall that second, escaping the possible takedown of Chorizo. That Lord actually aided the team fight. Being out of the lane, completely gaining an aggro of this objective is an extra, a bit of a bite, not even damage onto that meat point. So at this point in time, another reset is about to happen. And by just looking at the numbers right now, it doesn't even concern, it's everybody's ball game now.
Yeah, honestly, it's anybody's game, right? I mean, again, it comes down probably most likely to the next Lord if they really want to wait for that. But with a pick-off eccentric lineup that Mongolia has, it's always going to be Ethan looking for hooks. You can see a lot of his placement too. Again, this is where the timers, especially for immortality, start to play a role. The winter tranches play a role. And some of these item swaps, right? So now you can see just how spread Mongolia is here.
Just there. Completely having control. Look at the control now of Mongolia just by looking at the members across the map, from top, mid, and to even bottom. But nobody, even the game sense of Indonesia, they're trying to be cautious on what step, on what an approach to take, because last time they got caught by the ultimate and you were questioning who will be the target. And the element of surprise with the Franco's Conceal and even that passive that works wonders, and even just having a bit of an attribute of damage, it's just a complete disaster that can be prevented from now on by Indonesia. They saw it coming. You had a bit of a lesson there, so they're just trying to be careful on what would be the next step is. 2 Divine Glaives present, by the way.
Yeah, both teams pretty much,
and Vin.
They're where they need to be, right?
Complete, all items locked in.
They're just swapping items at this point. You know, it kind of comes down to that. You saw some of the potions also picked up as well. This is the thing, though, right? Both teams have a different turret in the base down. There you go. They're going to go to focus on Chorizo here. It could be in trouble. The rest of the team come through. Sakin now unleashing with the Inspire. Has the damage. Mongolia falling apart. Ethan's immortality will be popped. Trying to bind a little bit more time. Forbid was not there. Mongolia loses 2 members. Big pickup in response there from Indonesia.
Chorizo, by just being on that bush, completely forced Mongolia to take him down, but the sustain, having the Twilight Armor, having even the Winter Truncheon was a great way of encouraging him to step on a trap.
This is going to be tough, right? They are going to get this Lord here. So now, that's the 5th one, OSX. We know how strong, you saw it earlier, the 4th one, man, it knocked out ZXaura, right? So this one is even tougher. You have to deal with it coming through to the mid lane. At this point, your base is going to be fully exposed, right? It's only a matter of time before those turrets go down. Indonesia will wait to walk this Lord in.
Okay, damage department right now, Indonesia is so high. 4 immortalities present and 1 nether realm to complement it, just in case things could go wrong. How can they defend this now?
Aizen trying to buy some time for the team here. They have to defend this. Indonesia looking to close this out if they can. The damage comes through. Lord's still going to be worked on. Crystal here. They don't have enough sustain to deal with it as they clash down. Lord still worked on here. Crystal a couple hits away, and we're going to a game 3. Indonesia holds on.
I was telling you, man, it's the Melissa. Sakin getting hands back on that hero. How they actually started their playoff day right here in Yash, going back to its form, going back to its comfort, even composition. We were thinking about the Beatrix, but this time around, this recipe, paid with an Avaria, paired with an Eve, completely doing wonders, and they had amount of damage and tools, and even on the late game, that's where they take the window to strike back.
You love to see that kind of game, right? A match that is just back and forth between these 2 squads. And again, Mongolia looked like they had a moment there where they could have possibly swept Indonesia. The team defending that IESF even title, right, from last year out in Bali. So just amazing their game. Let's take a look at the MVP for this matchup. It could be anybody's because everybody did an amazing job, but it was Sakin there. You mentioned the Melissa, OSX. He grabs this MVP.
Wow, 8, 2, and 5. The kill participation right now, man. Once the RWM has been set up, we've been talking about this ultimate, how it's a great way of utilizing team fights in this kind of composition. Works so much wonders for the Melissa. One thing to consider is the protection of this Melissa with the go away, and even by the hits and needles and flowers, the debuff actually is a great way of sustaining in your lane early on and having a great way to cross the bridge from mid to ultra late game. It was just the time. The time was the essential part of a winning condition of Indonesia to make it work. And it took us 24 minutes, and that was the window. Yeah, for Mongolia, they had the sustain, they had the pick off, they have the isolate, but that was a bit of a kind of a problem for the Brody for even actually work. How do you even plant those basic hits? How do you even plant those damages onto the defensive side of Indonesia? You can't even come across. Once you lost that hook, things just went amazing for Indonesia. Right now, we're heading for the first tiebreaker match of the day. We're going for a short break. Don't go anywhere.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, A well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Iași is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Iași is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Iași are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Iași is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Iași Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Iași municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Iași. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condant, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Iași, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Iași. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Iași. Come here and get to know us better. What makes us think that your company should...
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Once again, this is game number 3. This is a go big or go home match of Mongolia versus Indonesia. First match of the day, we're heading to a tiebreaker match. Completely woken up, Indonesia finally bounces back.
They had to do it, man. I mean, there's a lot on the line for them, you know, especially, again, they were champions last year for IESF out in Bali. And, you know, albeit different players, but still, it's representing that country here,
the title.
Right? That's what they're looking for. And really the correction that they made from game 1 to game 2, it was apparent what they fixed, what they did. And at the same time, I liked the fact that you mentioned, you mentioned this quite a bit when Melissa was locked in. And it's still one of those heroes that is a little bit of a risk, but I liked it in this situation because, again, you're kind of left to, all right, do we want to pick the Claude again? And it's great that they didn't. Not only that, but just the way that it was played between Moreno, Vin. That combination, Eve, Novaria, actually worked out really well because of the vision, because of locking down who you needed to in the real-world manipulation.
Yeah.
It played its role. It played its part very well. Again, allowing Sakin just to go ahead and have his great time in the gold lane for the most part, right? So there was some troublesome moments there, though. We did see Mongolia actually put up really good fights in certain situations. But, again, the response for a lot of the times, and, when I was talking about this earlier, OSX, I was like, what I love about Mongolia is they are aggressive. And sometimes it's a little too aggressive, right, for their own good. And you kind of saw this happen in that match alone, right? But this is something that these teams need to do. They need to be decisive and making a team like Indonesia react to them. And I think that was great, but there were moments where, again, you get a little too overzealous, you get a little too overconfident, and then the counter punch came through from Indonesia many times, right? And when you have a Franco on your side, you're really kind of just playing around that, right? Do we land the hook? Do we find someone? But is this target the right target? Because as we get to that late game and you lock someone down, whether it's the Bloody Hunt, whether it's the Iron Hook, there's going to be a fast response coming through from the other team. And that's kind of what fell out of place for Mongolia there.
Yeah, and to talk about the option, that we were pointing out the Beatrix could actually be a beneficial pair with the Novaria and also the Eve. I'm happy that was wrong, and that was one way to answer the Brody, because if you use or utilize the Eyes on You by the Melissa, how will the Brody be in a short distance to land those hits? That was the problem. Heading from mid-game to late game, we would see a possible respect ban for the draft of game number 3, but that was just a complete way of going back to their own comfort, even through their own composition that actually works. Because sometimes, this actually works well with an Eve. We actually think of a Claw, we actually think of even an Irithel yesterday. Yeah. It was actually working. But to also have your own way of having your own vacation, is this a good definition? Melissa onto the goal lane, onto the team fights? Is this a good way to point that scenario of having her own way of defending herself, and especially landing those hits with muddles?
Again, I think it was just the case of there was a couple key early team fights, especially early to mid-game, that transition, where you really saw Sakin shine because of, the go-away ultimate perfectly placed, and then the way that the team fight unfolded, especially when you're pairing it with, the fact that it's inside a real-world manipulation. That is a lot to work with against if you're the other team dealing with that, right? So not only are you having a hard time, whether you're getting stunned, whether you're getting slowed in the real-world manipulation, but then how do you even get to Sakin? And I think that is what makes Melissa so strong, paired with if you can get your hands on the Eve. If you don't get the Eve and the other team gets it, then at least you have the Valentina, so you can emulate the same thing here.
Yeah, and also I'm happy to see that Melissa now is going back in the picture, but at some point we haven't seen this hero pop up, even on the tournaments all around the globe happening. At some cases it works, but at some point being back in the meta right now, it actually can do wonders moving forward.
Yeah, and now you can see it, right? It's a 1-to-1. And it's down to basically a best of 1. The tournament lives here for both of these teams, Mongolia and Indonesia. So you gotta make sure that whatever your game plan is going into this game 3 is that you execute it perfectly well. There's so much variations that can work in terms of, compositions that we've seen. And for the most part, really, these games that go the distance for the most part, they get to that late game because, let's be honest, we've seen some very quick games, even yesterday. But if
10, 12.
Yeah, if you get to that point, though, late game, and you're just duking it out, it really just comes down to those minor decisions. Not only that, but, even talking about Bebek's previous game, the amount of time that he was able to juggle around the items, get what he needed to do, and bought time to keep Mongolia into that game, those type of things can just happen, regardless of whatever you draft.
Yeah, and having this identity for the marksmen to actually shine in their own pace actually makes a bit of an extra push for all the members of each team to actually have their own way of utilizing their laning stage. Because at some points, yeah, it goes to show that team fights is the key, ganks and as well as invade, but having the right amount of time and even tools to actually have a chance to fight back even actually works. Having the right discipline, having the right restriction on what actually to choose, on where to land, or what team fights would actually happen. It's just like picking your own poison. Okay, we've seen some picks, we've seen some draft, we've seen some different meta show up, and all you just need to do is like, do you have even the right amount of counter?
Well, we'll find out, right? As we jump into the draft here for game number 3, again, it comes down to this for either the team. Ban's already coming out to, there's going to be a certain form of respect here, obviously. And, as much as people were hoping, man, we'd love to see Eisen play the Trizla. Not going to happen. But he still has a lot of heroes under his belt that he actually plays very similarly. He just has to be able to pull it off, right? If they opted once again to lock in the Edith, never mind. There's the respect. That's what I'm talking. Lock in the Edith, never mind. Focus on Eisen, right? That's the game plan for Indonesia right now anyway, because he was, again, a key component to that Game 1 win.
Yeah, good call there for the respect ban. Actually, that's becoming a problem now, especially we have this rage burst damage here that actually just be in front of the back line. And it's just a problem for you to actually answer. Either you respond with a team fight or you answer with a defensive counter. Because at some points, you don't want the knock-up coming from Eisen as well, because at some points we know them as they know how to make a way of having an ambush, having an element of surprise at most of the time that things might fall into the wrong place. So this time around, yeah, they ban out the Eve.
Good choice.
Good choice as well.
But I think it still leaves the table, right? Depending on what these last 2 bans are, in total, at least for the first phase, I think you can actually still see Fredrin being picked up, unless it's taken out, right? Priority it on the blue side, kind of go with that. But now that the Eve's taken out, what we've seen from this OSX is usually when Eve is banned out, teams will still opt for that Valentina Novaria. If they don't actually want to take both, it's better. Just prioritize that Novaria. The vision is almost too good. The poke is too good.
Yeah, speaking of poke, yeah, they will want to have another respect ban here with the Faramis. In game number 1, they were so tanky, they were so into a cooldown reduction for this hero that they could completely spam the hell out of the lanes, and especially having a composition that can shine into the late game, they don't want it to happen once again. So good ban on the Paquito, though, because we've seen also Indonesia utilize the Paquito yesterday, and no, it was up against Brazil. So having this heroes with so much flexibility is a bit of a great way of an advantage of having a -1 on their first pick. This time around, you might see our staple picks here for the first part.
Probably Fredrin, unless something surprising happens, right?
Yeah.
I mean, for the most part, it's probably one of the safest things you can do. There it is. Fredrin's going to be locked in. Still, even with that said, you have that flexibility, right? Do they want to go ahead and put it in the XP lane, or where it usually goes, put it in the jungle, focus on those objectives? Really at this point, when it comes down to this best of 1, essentially, your main game plan would be like, how do we get to this point where we focus on these objectives, we lock those in our most comfortable way possible? And usually that is these utility junglers, right? Because we always talked about, especially yesterday and on day 1 in the playoffs, where we saw some of these assassin junglers really prioritize in a way, right, for the jungle. It's always risky in a way. So it's like, do you want to actually play with a sense of risk, that high risk, high reward type gameplay? Mongolia could be known to do that, right? We've seen ZXORA do that himself, but there it is, another pick. The Novaria, of course, no surprise there. Baksha, for the most part, is either banned out or it's picked up. This is also a great choice for Mongolia.
This is a great utility, team fight-wise, and also objective taken against a Fredrin. This is one way of securing of an answer for pokes, even for taunts, if you're up against a Fredrin. Having a great counter, even having a great sustain early on with the pokes from the mid lane. Oh, speaking of mid lane, right away, yeah, Kadita gets loose. And this time around, Kaja with Indonesia, great strong picks on the first phase.
It's a bit scary, right? When you see that Kadita across from you, you know exactly what's going to happen. for the
Oh,
most
yeah.
part. Not only that, but then you pair it up with the fact that they also locked in a Kaja.
They have pick off from the back line. This
tough, yeah.
This was the problem, or this was the struggle from game number 1. How will you reach the back line? How will you reach the marksman of the other team? Well, this time around, you have burst invulnerability with the rough waves even by just diving through. You burst down 1, you pick off 1. If you pair it with a good marksman again for Indonesia, well, that is just completely damaged for a complete composition that they can throw against Mongolia.
All right, Brody locked in here. Once again, Mongolia opting for this in the gold lane. Good choice, right? But for the most part, here's where it gets a little dicey. You have to watch out, like you mentioned, this Kaja is going to be going right for you. Whether it's him actually or even the Novaria, but for the most part, it's a lot easier to get to the Brody, right? So not only Kaja with Divine Judgment, but the burst from the Rough Waves combination with the Petrify. So how do you safeguard this Brody pick, right? Yeah, you've got
Good point in the
distance.
Petrify, yeah.
You've got distance to work with, man, but at the same time, you still need to have, I would say, an additional tankier version of your XP lane, and I think that's what you want to go for, right? Because not only that, but you don't want to just rely completely on the Baksha, right? Have one of these options for that XP lane, and so far it's kind of slim pickings for the most part, right? A lot of these top hero picks that are placed in the XP lane have been banned out, so we'll see what ends up falling in the hands of Aizen for this one.
Speaking of backline ambush, good ban on the Yuzong. Mostly at times we see Brody from the back and having a front line to just protect him most of the times in the early game. And also, since we're talking about counters and tanks, there's no hero yet for Ethan, because either way, this Novaria could still actually flex either mid or Erome, but this time around they're just securing the potential of not having a Franco on the other side.
Yeah, I think that's safe, right? Take out the Franco, take out some of these heroes that obviously can change the course of these early skirmishes, because right now the game plan for Indonesia is like, let us, as soon as we have level 4, man, we should be getting a kill as soon as possible every single time one of those ultimates is available, if not both, right? So you kind of have to build up around that. Last ban though here is going to be the Beatrix. Both teams want to be able to also scale up in the gold lane as easily as possible. And for Indonesia, they know that they have a Brody across from them. Do we possibly see them go for Melissa again based on the previous game's performance? They could, right? But still, essentially, if you're Mongolia, how do you round this out? Kufra is taken out for that roam option as well.
Okay, they're pushing this Novaria just in the mid, completely having her just there. Either she will be forced to respond, or either she finds a vision or even a recon for the team. Because right now, they banned out the Kufra, they banned out the Franco. What's left now for Mongolia is actually a tank to complement this Brody. Either they go in for actually a Grok. Even we kind of also need to consider one thing that they use during the playoff stage. Because if we're looking at the stats of Mongolia, they also use the Lolita.
Yeah.
So they might have a way to actually make this Novaria flexible, but even using it. One thing also, yeah, this is a real Arlot.
That's the actual Arlot, right? Back in day one, where we continuously saw Arlot's frame for the Novaria pick. But yeah, we saw him before, even played in the roam, so this can still work. Now, I'm wondering too, marksman pick here for Indonesia. Melissa, maybe carry off the top of my head, depending too, once again, like if Mongolia goes for that tankier XP lane, they're going to kind of want one of these marksmen that shreds down tanks, and since the carry isn't taken out, that is an option for them, right? You can at least shred through some of those health bars the best you can and work with the space that you have, right? Part of this too is still coming down to, yeah, once the pickoff potential is gone, and if you don't manage to get a numbers advantage, that's where things kind of fall off. So you need to be able to provide yourself with enough of that damage. There's the carry. Oh, man. It was a whole curveball. The Fredrin is going in the XP lane, and then you've got the Fanny in the jungle.
Wow. Nothing to lose. Go all in. Go all out. I love it. Fanny, carry. We have Kajen as well as the Kadita. Complete damage from magic, burst, pick off, and great coverage around the map. A good pick though, even on the last phase. Mongolia possibly never saw that coming.
She's going to go out in style.
Yeah, man.
Right.
Go big or go home.
Might as well. It comes down to it. The best of one, a couple seconds away. We'll figure out exactly what Mongolia wants to do to round this draft out. We're assuming, right, the Arlott in the roam here.
Prepare for the return of awesome.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. Actually, it's a roam. Right now, it's a roam Makai. It's Eisen in the XP lane with the Arlott. Interesting. Something that we quite haven't seen too much of. We have in the past. But still, ultimately, how do you feel about this? Akai as a roam.
For me, it works if Akai is in the jungle. For me, for objective takes, you have this way of utilizing the heavy spin, pushing somebody away just in case somebody gets close to you and getting the objective. But one thing I'm concerned is, how will they make the damage work now early game, knowing that this is a Brody and also a Novaria? They have their windows, they have their moments on where to actually activate, but this gives pressure to the tank as well. But for the side of, for Indonesia rather, all tools for ganking early game could actually be utilized. Either they slow down the momentum of Mongolia's composition, or even just have a way of funneling through a kill for the Fanny. Now this is a big of a problem though, having a greater coverage all around the map. The game changer pick Fanny. We've seen great Fanny plays from Egypt, now from Indonesia. Man, this time around, on the last possible match, this is a great video showing strength.
And anytime you pick up that Fanny, you remember before we even got to the draft and we saw how that kind of came to play was, do you want to risk it? Like, is that the risk and the high reward that you're looking for? The high reward is staying in the tournament, so that's what they're going for.
Risk it all and see.
Risk it all, you might as well, right? This is complete comfort though. As we know, a lot of Indonesian teams love this pick too. They love to go with that Fanny. They love to take, if they can get that early snowball going.
A lot of great players of Fanny in Indonesia.
Well, let's find out.
Now it's complete match point. It's Indonesia versus Mongolia. Who is going to go big and who's going to go home? Who is going to proceed to the challenge and possibly climb up the grand finals? Let's find out.
We'll find out if they're able to make it there. It's one step in the right direction with either of these teams that makes it through. They've got their work cut out for them to get to that slot later in the grand finals. But now you can see the pressure from both of these teams right in the jungle. Look at that. Vin taking a couple shots too up in the jungle. Has to flicker already this early on. ZX already going. This is bad for Vin. He tries to get away. A couple shots in there. So first blood going to the hands of Eisen of all people. Super Ken and Moreno, they might be able to get a response, and it's a 1-for-1. Ethan will fall, so it's the roamer for the roamer, and the kill's going in the hands there of that one. Super Ken still going, he's level 4. He's looking for that snowball here, man.
This is the force. This is actually the force out of resource department of Indonesia right now. By not hitting even the minute and 10, Super Ken is already on level 4 compared to the members of Mongolia, having the advantage even by just utilizing the passive of the air superiority. That's an equivalent for a true damage that he can use from the early game. At this point in time, they're utilizing the vision that Kaja is doing, that Vin is doing, such as now.
Okay, he doesn't want him in his jungle here. He says no. Super Ken still on the hunt, but ZXO are going to roll on out of here. A lot of this covering fire from both junglers, right? You need your team to pretty much be there for you. Now, biggest thing, again, that Mongolia has to be careful for is in those exchanges that we're seeing in these first 2 minutes is once Vin is level 4 and Moreno, you have to now respect the fact that you will most likely get picked off. Either you're going to get Divine Judgment into the rough waves or just one or the other. And that is something crucial as we get through this early to mid-game transition. First turtle of the game is up. Both junglers trying to get it situated here. Super Ken needs that purple buff to compete. Half health. Eisen trying to get in place as well. Vin going to get pushed back. Eisen now making his way there. Super Ken going to get final slashed away. ZXORA will claim the first turtle here. And once again, Vin has to flicker on the defensive. Chorizo out by himself. He's going to get chased down. Eisen on the hunt. Flickers to safety.
The retribution was a off-cam kill onto Moreno there. And looking back what happened on the first objective take, the retribution was ready for Super Ken. But one thing that was a bit of a problem, there is the CC. The slow of Cizora, you have the catch from Ethan, you have the go, you have a way of using the heavy spin as well as Aizen's final slash. At that point, he was also considering of not being taken down. Having the respect right down the early game is actually a way for this Fanny to actually work wonders approaching mid-game. So they're keeping tabs on who to target next time. But as of now, CC and even control, suppress from Mongolia is so strong, going all over a map such as this. Vindo might get pinned down in by 4.
Yeah,
closing into defenses.
This is looking dicey. Vin gonna be caught under the turret. What can you do in that situation? Man, that is tough. Another pickup here. Mongolia asserting the dominance in this bottom lane for Bebex. That's what they need. That's what they want to do. It looks like even Moreno's making his way, trying to get that rough wave combination down. He's going to get stunned. This is troublesome. He'll fall too. Going to the hands of Bebex here on that Brody.
Wow, Blade of Heptacy is present now for Brody, having the staple damage and amount of ambush passive for this one gives him a bit of a push for damage and poke against the scary that might shine in the mid to late game. This time around, with the 2 deaths of Vin, this is a window for even for the roam of Mongolia to actually keep on taking an A to go lane.
Nice sidestep there. Sakin not get connected with the Astral Recall, but Ethan still on the hunt. He goes in with a flicker, looking for the heavy spin. Doesn't have it just yet. Now it's online here. He's utilizing it now. Locking down 2. Able to find them. Sakin will fall. And he gets out of dodge. ZXORA went down as well. Forbid going to be in trouble. The response from Indonesia comes through.
Wow. The pull onto Cizora. From that point, they were looking for chances to take that one. And that was the jungler of Mongolia. From that point, this is the threat now of the composition of Indonesia. Looking at this Fanny and even for this Kadata, a lot of ways to reinforce quickly, but now Turtle is up, and now we have greater vision for Mongolia to take this one, but Cerezo is still present though.
Super Ken making his way as well. Turtle goes in, tries to get in time. ZXORA going to be able to claim it. Final Slash will not find the target, but they get the objective here, furthering that gold lead that they're working with 5 minutes into the game. It's going to translate into some of this good scaling here for Mongolia. So if you're Indonesia, you've got to be able to stop that. Use the pick-off potential you have. Let's take a look at the items here.
2 steel leg plates present for Cizora and Ethan. A lot of ways to soak up damage and be into team fights and even pin down. Look at that, Cerezo accepting the heavy spin. Bebex trying to take this turret down. Cerezo's trying to hold on, but there's the waves coming in. They might want to let go of this first turret down. Yes, Bebex takes the defense down by for Indonesia.
Okay, trading across the map here for the tier 1s. Both of those going down. See the teams really working for the space, right? But still maintaining that little bit of gold lead they have. Mongolia holding on. So, Indonesia, what do they got to do, right? Pick-off potential is going to be there. They have to utilize it. Super Ken, that is tough right there. Okay. He's still going to go back in here. Gets a little bit low, has to get out of dodge. Meanwhile, the rest of the team trying to hold down the mid lane. Rough Wave's going to be used as well, clearing that out. And all this, once again, a back and forth between these two Titans.
This time around, the threat of having a rotation from Ethan Bebex and also Forbid is this a trap, a walking, revolving trap for a Fanny. From that point, he has a standing at 300. Having to maintain this kind of KDA would actually be beneficial for damage while waiting for Saken to have the items online. Having the Petrify present for this carry, it could be a great way of escaping this, but how could this be?
Once again, Ethan finding Saken. They're going to force him back with a heavy spin. Will get trying to get the lockdown, won't be able to get it, has to defensively flicker himself. Now the response, still, they pay for it. Bebex goes down. Take a breather.
Yep, we're taking it.
Man, look at, I mean, constantly, right? The attention there in that bottom lane. And they just got counterpunched.
Wow. It goes on and on and on. That is a trap. The CC trap from Mongolia. You have the Baksha, you have the slow, you have the heavy spin, you even have Arlot's final slash. But just by looking at their progress, you have the Blade of Heptacy still also the Malefic has been picked up, having the 4.8 gold against the marksman of Indonesia, having a great start here for Brody, but he got picked out. 1-2-2 KDA, but now even a sustained department, it's still a great way of like holding the rotation if you are Mongolia. You have a ways of catching this Fanny now, regardless of there's no Kufra, there is no Franco. There's 3 members just keep on going around, just as Fanny goes in. But one thing they consider though is if Indonesia capitalizes on these rotations that Super Ken is doing, they could actually pull the team or even Mongolia to tight spots. It could be utilized as team fights.
I think at this point in the game, really, you know, what you're seeing is, again, the utilization of the lockdowns, like you mentioned, right? They're really trying to utilize the Akai pick even, forcing these situations, and whether that's waiting for the box share or not, it's using that heavy spin, right? While you can under those turrets. But as we just saw there before we took that break was just the fact that you can get countered. You can get counter-punished. They weren't able to basically get Socken down because he has the purifies, right? So you commit, you keep going, so it's you overcommit a little bit, and then you get punished. So that is something that you have to be kind of worried about, right? Because as this game scales in, and you're going to see more and more of this, basically utilizing Kadita and Kaja, those two alone, it gives you basically a plan A, plan B, and pick off potential, right? So that's something you really have to be wary of. Yes, they haven't had the most amazing early game, but essentially that never changes. The fact that they have those 2 ultimates that can, you know, turn the tide of just a numbers game. So that is something they have to watch out for. Not only that, but Mongolia controlling that aggression that they love to play with, right? That they love to play around. That's their style, and that's what works them. And I feel like, again, rising through the ranks of these just teams in the world of MLBB competitive play, it's that aggressive style that actually works out well for them, but can bite them as well, right? So they have to kind of adjust from that as they get back through this game, because yes, it's down to that best of 1, and we're almost, you know, to the point of this match, at least for game number 3, where things are going to get a little crazy, right? They've already started to. As we jump back in here, you see it. Bebex was taken out. We'll see what the response is, right? 3rd turtle of the game, now spawning. ZXORA getting a position, knows that it might be better. Super Ken actually just decides he's going to make his way there. Doesn't want the purple, tries to go in, gets it with a retribution, cleanly swoops in, takes the objective without even the purple buff. Now he's like, all right, now I'll get the buff. But look at this, ZXORA is like, no, you're not going to do that. You're not going to go ahead and just swoop in, get the turtle here, and go in. Eisen going to flicker in, misses the final slash though. Are they still going to commit to this? Ethan goes in, there's the rough wave. ZXORA could be in trouble. No follow-up damage just yet. They're waiting for Super Ken to go in, gets it with the cutthroat. He's unstoppable for now.
Indonesia with the counter punch. Looking at the chance that Eisen lost the chance of having that combo with the final slash and the flicker, it was go time. You were calling it there from that moment. Are they gonna commit? Having the advantage in damage and defense and catch, that was the moment. Look at that flicker.
A flicker for a flicker. They're gonna poke down with the Astral Recall. The heavy spin though, he just gets knocked up, spinning in the air. Won't be able to do anything with that. Falls there in the mid lane. Indonesia once again finding their own moment. Super Ken worked on that tier 1, got it down. Now eyes set here on the orange buff of ZXORA, waiting patiently. They've got the information they need. Forbid and Bebex here as well. Oh, 3 versus 1. He spotted out. The cutthroat goes through. Did he get it? He takes a couple hits, but he gets out just cleanly. It looks like he did steal that away from ZXORA.
Orange stolen from Zisora. Now looking for chances to get out of a trade all across the map, because as we're seeing, waves are pushing in from top to bottom. Another orange for Super Ken.
He's got all the buffs.
Talking about damage of 5-0-0. Wow, this is Fanny on a level 12, 2 level gap XP against Zisora. Yes, they have the defense now, but in terms of damage and burst, Miranda's probably building up the 2nd and 3rd item, and that is going to be deadly with the lethal ignition. But onto the positioning, Mongolia is looking something for a trader. How will they follow up at this point? Because there's still defenses left from mid to bottom. We have the first tier turret from the bottom side, but Super Ken here is trying to get coverage more on the push. same thing goes for Cesaro. You have Antiquaras for defense, and looking back on the chances here to get more items for Bebex, they really would want to have this Lord.
Okay, half health here. Super Ken waiting patiently for the right moment. They already get a flicker out too. Wisen could be in trouble. Heavy spin, pushing him back the best he can, but takes quite a bit of damage. Is this where they want to be? Super Ken gonna go for it. ZXOR is able to secure the Lord, and now the response comes through. Bebex picks up a kill. One for Indonesia fall here. And Mongolia picks up a big Lord for them.
Yeah, and just as that, the Lord responds up top. Bebex gets his own additional economy. Eisen!
Wow.
Drop down. Super Ken secures the kill. Still defending the first tier turret in mid.
So they got to do something about Super Ken. Yeah, they got the Lord there, but he's 6-0-0, right? He
Super.
is massive. Yeah, he's super, literally at this point on this Fanny. And they're going to have to defend, right? They still got to take care of this Lord. It should be made quick work of. Sakin as well has relatively farmed up pretty good on this carry. They'll just have to give up some of these tier 2 turrets as they do.
Super
Ken though, wow, Bebex with the wind chant has that. Good thing he had the Wind of Nature there. Ooh, if he didn't, that would have been
close.
Crucial. Vin goes in with the flicker. The Divine Judgment too. Ethan there though to help him out. Good thing. A lot of this back and forth, push and pull from both the teams.
Wow, that was so close for Bebex there. You don't want to get isolated from your team at this point in time. Super Ken has no deaths. And also looking back on the burst potential of Moreno right now, building up the Genius 1, Clock of Destiny, enhancing the attributes, reducing the magic defense. But this time around, we're looking at the defensive side of Mongolia. They have the dominant ice. Athena Shield for Eisen, though, there's one item beneficial for team fights, but that's just one. How will they answer for the damage and true damage of the lineup now of Indonesia doing? But as of this point, they're looking to clear more of the waves because there's some turrets left for Mongolia to be taken as of this time.
Conceal play going to come through. Vin looking for the Divine Judgment on the right target. Final Slash going to come through as well. Heavy spin, not going to be used just yet. They're happy with a kill. Easy pickings here. Mongolia, Super Ken, patiently waiting. Who's his mark? Not going to be able to find it. Right, Bebex there. Astral Recall going to come down. Heavy spin utilized as well, but ultimately nothing of it other than Vin going down. Now eyes set on the tier 2. Mongolia looking for more space to work with. Super Ken going to come in. Look at that Final Slash. Able to find the mark. Perfect target there as he falls. Bebex with the torn apart memory, cleaning up house. And there you go, Mongolia in a position to press it even further. 30 seconds away from the Lord. They want to get this turret down before they transition.
The shutdown onto Super Ken, a beneficial pickoff from Mongolia, giving them a chance. Oh, got pulled in the turret. There's Cesaro.
Vin gonna go in. That's the Rough Waves too. Perfect target. The jungler is gone for Mongolia. Now making it even harder. He'll be up here in a bit, but 10 seconds before the Lord comes out. Look at the replay here. This is a simple just maneuver that changes the course of this part of the game. Divine Judgment with the flicker, slowing down this Lord take. Now they have the advantage. They have to wait. Mongolia has to wait for ZXOR to come through. There's the heavy spin. Vin could be in trouble here. He finally falls. Bebex once again from the end, working his way. Lord now, a third of the health, in trouble. Petrify comes through. Eisen will fall here. Bebex already using the Wind of Nature. Super Ken comes in, cleans up, finds his mark. It's a double. And now Lord for the taking. What can Mongolia do? 2 members left alive here. They might have some vision. They might have some poke. ZXOR, does he have the retribution in him?
Oh, Moreno on half HP, taking the responsibility out of Sorizo, even for Sakin. Just looking to zone out members here of Mongolia, looking out the rough waves, trying to peel them off. Securely, Indonesia gets the objective.
Man, oh man, what an exchange between 2 teams fighting for their lives here in the tournament. And with that, they secure themselves the Lord here for Indonesia. After some smart decisions, especially from Vin, able to slow down some of that Lord take, possibly from Mongolia. Now they get to play around this as the Lord makes its way topside. Which take is gonna happen first? Again, Vin now has the flicker available. They're actually gonna give this a go. Chorizo, was he right? The right target. Eisen doesn't have the Final Slash anymore.
Okay, Two ultimates burned down, Aizen and Forbid. Well, on the pokes, Forbid might come earlier again for the respawn, but this time around, Indonesia's capitalizing on the push up top with the Lord.
Here we go.
Here's the attention.
Finn, he's going to flicker in, finding another target here, but the heavy spin defensively to stay alive. That could have been a disaster for Mongolia. They hold on a little bit longer, though. And that's where we are here, OSX. At this point in the game, almost 15 minutes in, it's going to be like that. Every time that Divine Judgment, the rough waves are available, Mongolia has to watch out.
That makes this combination so deadly. Moreno and even Vin. Let's check out how the lethal burst would actually work. Look at that. Genius Wand, Divine Glaive, even Clock of Destiny present now. That could actually be proc for extra burn magic damage for this Kadita. Once that pickoff is happening from Vin's Divine Judgment, it's a complete follow-up of a pickoff or even a team fight that can be initiated from a side of Mongolia. So looking at the way of the defensive here, we're looking at 3 Athena shields present for Mongolia. Still the right amount of tools to sustain. Probably they want to outplay or even outlast that damage once they commit, once Indonesia's skill set has been committed in those kinds of pickoffs.
Yeah, what's scary with the pickoffs too is if they just get Bebex's Wind of Nature down and he pops that wind chant early, that is already a huge threat, right? Because then again, how do you keep Bebex alive here with Super Ken just pretty much unleashing towards that back line and also the rough waves, right? This is also a big item pickup here to allow Vin to continue to do those Divine Judgment plays even sooner now. So back to it. At this point, 30 seconds, nearly 30 seconds away from this Lord up here. Mongolia's want to get in position. Indonesia wants to get a numbers advantage if they can.
And Tiki Ras now present for Aizen, lessening the damage, absorbing more and deflecting more against the damage that they can get from Indonesia. From now, they could either see, or they could actually see a possible pickoff here. Because as Caesora's slow is actually effective with paired with the heavy spin with the Sakai, a lot of things had happened, but if they lose the right pickoff, right from Indonesia's composition, that's where the loss of a setup comes to show. They need to make the right targets. They need to make the right choice here. Look at that. Vin has been spotted, though.
Oh,
committing the ultimate.
Aizen using the final slash again.
Force
Was that the right
out.
target? Look at this. Super Ken, too, putting pressure where he wants to. Allowing just Mongolia to go ahead and start up that Lord. He knows he can make his way there quickly. Look at the positioning here from Indonesia. They're looking to make a play with that conceal once it's available, once they decide it's time. So
Look
it's up
at
to
where
Mongolia.
Moreno is, just as being patient, not being discovered. Even the positioning now of Mongolia, rotating quickly and covering their lanes as well. Lord on half HP. Super Ken
They
does
go
getting
in.
near.
They're going to be able to find Chorizo. He falls. Vin could be in trouble too. Look at the damage already, though. There's the rough waves coming through for them. 2 fall here from Mongolia. Do they have a response? Lord's going to go ahead and reset. ZXora on the run. Super Ken will hunt him down. Looking for it. He still has the immortality. It's not worth it, he says. And again, we're back to it. Both teams having 3 for 3 here for that Lord. And we are at a reset.
That was a good pull. Caesora having the attention of Super Ken right onto his purple gave so much way for that objective to be reset. Completely having a chance to recall and recover back in their own base. Now Indonesia, Aizen now sees on,
Aizen
taking down Moreno.
Yeah, but look at the rough waves out, though. It was going to be a 1-for-1. Now the team comes through. Saka could be in trouble. Here comes Super Ken again. Finds Forbid. Still going to be looking for more. Beyblading all over ZXora. Immortality will be popped. And now he's looking for the kill, but the team has come to help out. He has to back out. That could have been way worse here for Mongolia.
That was so close. The damage and peel right now. Super Ken is off the roof. Puts Caesora back to the base. No ultimate available. Retribution on 6 seconds, but this is the window of this Fanny right now to just clear. But look at this. We're looking at Chorizo just poking on the Lord, looking for a chance to pull in members of Mongolia. But by looking at the control, Indonesia's all over the place. Here comes the showdown once again on Aizen.
The 1-for-1 here. He already got the final slash out. Meanwhile, Lord's going to be pulled here for Indonesia. Sakin working on it. They're trying to keep ZXora at bay. This is the macro play here from both teams, right? Pushing the side lanes, putting pressure up there, forcing a response from Mongolia. What do they do? Where do they put their attention? Now the Lord here, less than half health. Will it go for a reset? They're kind of waiting this a little bit longer. Super Ken now going to make his way. Sliver of a health. Oh, he gets it. Goes in, just sweeps and get the retribution off. Still going to be going though. Look at the rough wave damage coming through. Bebek's in trouble. Wind champ, but he gets knocked up. And it's a disaster for Mongolia in the fight. Not only the Lord for Indonesia, but 2 kills on top of it.
They get the objective, they get a pick of that Zizora, and Bebek's falling down, no damage for almost 36 seconds. This is an advantage now, Indonesia, to push forward in the base with all members present, completely taken out. The turrets of Mongolia right now, no damage, no extra slow. It's Ethan, Aizen, and Forbid, the only ones left to defend. But this is just closing the map, making the map look at a burst again.
Trying to buy time. Aizen going to take the brunt of the damage. He will fall into the turret. Super Ken goes into the base. He does not care about the turret. Lord's still going to be up here. Multiple members down for Mongolia, and it looks like Indonesia wants to end it here. They want to keep going. They want to defend their title, and they'll do it. Sending Mongolia out, then they stay alive.
Indonesia once again continuing their story of recovery on a mission to finally have the retribution back, falling in the lower bracket. In the first tiebreaker match of the day, they have prevailed against Mongolia. What a match!
What a match. High risk,
high reward.
High reward. You're down to one game. If you're going to go out in style, or succeed and still do it in style.
Wow.
What a game. I already know who MVP is.
That was
You're right.
That was so close. It could have been a different path for them to be taken down. A lot of ways, there was a lot of catch-ups, a lot of CCs. Going back on this replay, having all the cables all over the wall socking, but he's just having this trade at this moment, 20-11, he's just all over, giving so much destruction and mayhem, confusing Mongolia on what target to take. And this is just the base with the push, with the Lord, everything. And this was the relief, the recovery. And that's the boost right there.
Great game. Again, hats off to Mongolia here. They have garnered so much respect, so much attention. Just even through the qualifier of IESF leading into the Asian Championships, people paid attention to them. They knew what was going on here, and they were just like, wow, look at this team and what they've accomplished, and they should hold their head high here. It's, again, amazing game. MVP for this game, Super Ken. Not surprised, like I said, do it in style, and he did it with that fanny pick.
50% kill participation, 911 KDA. Having the right amount of diversion, having a great amount of pressure to the gold lane of Mongolia. Him alone, he's all over the place. And with the damage and with the kill that he got on the first minute, gave an advantage of picking up the Malefic Roar right away. With the damage heading over to the mid-game, it just become so much. It has been so much for Mongolia to even answer for the defense. What an amazing game.
Yeah, amazing, amazing game. Again, this is always kind of something you expect when a fanny is locked in, man, is, you know, either they're going to have a game like this, an MVP game, or they're going to get shut down. And I feel like there's no really in-between, you know, for the most part. And not only that, but even with the lead that he had, what was so great about this MVP performance is the fact that how much pressure did he put up in the top lane, right? For a lot of those times when they were waiting for the Lord and everything, he was just putting pressure top side. Yep. And even the fact that he was able to bait out either the Wind of Nature from Bebek's or the final slash from Aizen. A lot of the times that was clutch in itself, because there was, you know, at that point, those are crucial either items or crucial ultimates needed to win some of these fights, especially around the Lords, the base defenses. And so Super Ken was able to get those out, so they didn't even have those tools, you know, to compete there.
Defense, catch was all present, even the slow. All you need to do is to make a decision on who to catch. Is it the fanny? Is it the marksman? is it even the XP lane? Super Ken alone, contributing to damage, I think 50% could actually go higher than that.
Again, not only Super Ken though, but also the fact that the pickoff potential, Divine Judgment, the rough
The
ways,
Kaja, the burst from
On point.
Moreno, on point. Thinking about it, it's a deadly combo that you need to
Super,
respect.
yeah.
Right now in the composition of Indonesia, man, amazing watch. What an amazing best of 3 we've witnessed today. But right now, congratulations Indonesia. Let's throw it over to our host on stage for their winning interview.
Thank you so much, Naisu and OSX. Great cast as always. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to announce our winners. Indonesia! Congratulations. Welcome me on stage. Join me on stage for a quick winners interview. What a hard-fought battle that was against Mongolia. First off, my hat goes off to them. Any words for Mongolia, your opponents there, and how they played?
They play, I think, so good, but we better. Then we can defeat them.
Indonesia's the best?
Yes.
How about the Philippines, though, up there in the upper bracket? You think you're going to see them in the finals again?
Yeah, I think we can go final and meet Philippines.
I like that. That's amazing. Well, hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is Moreno and the entire Indonesian squad. Make some noise once again for Indonesia, your winners of that matchup. They still got quite the road ahead of them. They'll be playing this next lower bracket matchup here in just a moment against Egypt. It'll be a great matchup. And again, congratulations to Indonesia. We're going to jump to a very quick break. When we come back, our next lower bracket matchup right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here again. The MLBB playoffs, day number 3 here for IESF WEC 2023. Again, I'm Nice. Joined here with me is OSX. We just got finished with the first series. It was the lower brackets, and we've got one more for you. Indonesia clinching that series. An amazing series, by the way. So now they have Egypt in front of them, and also we are amped up. We've hydrated. I hope everyone watching at home too, online. I see you guys out there. Stay hydrated. We have more codes for you guys later on too, so sit tight for that. But OSX, how are we feeling?
Right now, I just saw a great Fanny game, and this time around, Indonesia is going up against Egypt, who we also saw a great Fanny game on day number 1.
Not just that, man. Franco, man.
Okay.
Right? That is
all the letter F.
That's
Fanny,
true. That's
Franco,
true.
even Faramis.
Yeah. But I think here's the big factor right now. What we usually see at this point, something you cannot deny, is when you have these lower bracket matches and you go from series to series. Right now, this is Indonesia. After what they just went through, it's like, is that momentum, or is it almost to the point where like that was such a clincher of a series? Are they exactly ready for this? Are they warmed up, I guess, for this matchup against Egypt, who has proven to be quite a surprising team just in this tournament alone? But how people, again, day 1, we have to remember, back in day 1 of the playoffs, how they upset Mongolia, technically, right? And then they made their way through this. We'll look here at the lineup. This is exactly what we want to talk about. Egypt here. Speedy in the gold lane, Huda in the jungle lane, Alpha in the XP, Smile in the mid, and Kakashi roam. Now again, this is either Kakashi, you can also see a lot of Maro playing obviously too, right? He has been the man to change the tides of a lot of these games on that roam pick. Smile as well, right? We've seen Smile have an amazing MVP performance time and time again, whether that's the Novaria that he opts for, the Eve. I think those are crucial picks here for Egypt specifically. If they want to slow down, what I would say, to answer my own question that I was going to give you, OSX, was, is this momentum for Indonesia, or is it, are they going to be a little gassed here?
I believe so, because right now they came in from a 2-0. Now onto the lineup of Indonesia, we see Saken, we see Super Ken, Zuriza, Moreno, Vin, all the same players right now for Indonesia. I believe this start that they needed was an extra way of boosting their morale.
So, what's your answer to the question? Is it momentum? Are they on
momentum.
fire?
They hyped up. They're on fire. And even on the interview, we're ready to face Philippines once again. That is just confidence. That is respect.
Yeah, I feel like
they're on a mission.
There's been some personal growth there in that answer as well, right? So there's that, which is, again, great. They should be, in a way, proud with what they did in the first series, right? There was moments in there where it was looking a little grim for Indonesia. Again, they won the IESF championships last year, right, in Bali. So now, in a way, it's like, all right, they have something to lose here. They're in this lower bracket. They have to continue to make their way up to that grand final. And, after this series, we will find out who, from the upper bracket, does secure that first slot in the grand final tomorrow between Saudi Arabia and the Philippines. But right now, as we focus on this matchup here, Egypt and, of course, Indonesia, the fact is, has Egypt learned something from yesterday? I feel like, once again, yesterday was crazy. We had 5 series yesterday.
Crazy.
Right?
3 tiebreakers.
3 best of 3s going 3.
And
right?
2 2-0s.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, from a day-to-day perspective, all the way even from the group stages, man, like you can learn so much, how the meta has shaped, how it's fallen into place, and things to highlight here. And I feel like there's a lot that can be said about Egypt specifically, because we just saw Indonesia
completely having a great game changer with the Fanny. Now let's check on the lower bracket on our screens. Let's see the standings. So going up on our updates here, we just witnessed the match of Indonesia and Mongolia earlier, having a win with the 2-1. Now this time around, the lower bracket semi-final, it's Indonesia versus Egypt. Heading for their last match, possibly, but this could either be a win or lose. Another go big or go home game, Nice.
Well, that's where we are. Usually in this point in the tournament, these games get super crucial. And if you look at the performance from Egypt and Brazil yesterday, you know that Egypt is ready. They are locked and loaded in every single role that they play. Again, when you look at their games, a lot of these different roles were highlighted based on the MVP performances, right?
Yeah.
And something to be said, again, we talk a lot about the roam option, you know, whether that's Kakashi, whether that's Maro. It's mostly been Maro, though. And again, it's someone that has a lot of experience on these international stages, on the world stages here. It comes into play. We already know a lot about Indonesia, right? Now, Egypt alone, the way that they like to play, even around Smile, is something to be crucial here. So, you know, we're gonna get to dive into that more, but first off, we are gonna throw it over to John Fallout on stage there to introduce the teams.
Thank you so much, Naisu. Thank you, casters. That's right, it is time for our lower bracket semifinal. Ladies and gentlemen of the crowd, make some noise as we get ready for this next matchup between Egypt and Indonesia, coming hot off of a win from Mongolia. But it was a nail biter. You wonder, do they have the stamina? Do they have what it takes to continue to grind it out? Or will the Middle East represent and continue in this tournament? Well, guess what? We will find out, because it's time! Ladies and gentlemen, our lower bracket semifinal matchup, introducing our two teams coming from the Middle East. You know them, you love them. It's Egypt! Consisting of Alpho, Soda, Smile, Speedy, Maro, and Kakashi. Excited to see what this team can do, trying to prove that the Middle East is just as great as the Asian region in this competition. But guess what? The heavy hitters, the Titans of Mobile Legends, losing to the Philippines yesterday, but bouncing back with a win against Mongolia. The fan favorites, representing the heart and soul, it's Indonesia! Consisting of Sorzo, Ken, Vin, Sakin, and Super Moreno. Excited to see what this squad can do. They'll be battling once again, and I'll ask you all in your language, in Egyptian and Indonesian, again, any words for your fans for this going into this matchup?
Buat fans Indonesia, tetap dukung kita. Seperti yang tadi gue bilang, ini bakal jadi hari yang panjang. Energi kita masih banyak, semangat kita juga masih tinggi. Tetap doain kita bakal melaju ke final.
More action, more predictions for the finals. One question, who on your team will be MVP? Who's the MVP in your opinion?
Me.
I like that. He's the MVP. I like that confidence. I'm going to come over to you. Same thing. In Egyptian, your language, any words for your fans watching?
شجعونا وإن شاء الله المكسب لينا.
Love it. Nice and humble, nice and short and sweet, representing all of the Arab region. I'm excited to see what you can do. And then the same thing on your squad. Who will be your MVP in your opinion?
Alpha.
Alpho, representing his captain, the man himself, and Alpho. Representing the Arabic region, of course, representing all of Indonesia. It's Egypt. It's Indonesia. Let's lock it up and throw it back to our casters for the matchup. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, John. Now, that is a heated up meet up once again, Naisu.
Heated up.
Egypt and Indonesia.
Heated up like here.
Woo!
But yeah, the thing is, and I can't understand 100% Bahasa. I have some good friends over there in Indonesia, but I gotta say that it seemed like they were saying, we're ready for the grand final. Like, we will get there. We're gonna do what we need to do to get to the grand final, to face off. Possibly, I'm thinking they want to hope to face off against the Philippines, prove a point, but can't count out Saudi Arabia just yet as we wait for that matchup. But yes, Egypt as well. A team that slowly but surely found their footing. And I'm talking about from before, right? Like through the qualifiers, through their own journey basically up to this point, the group stages and everything. They were phenomenal. And now they're down to this, the last series possibly for either of these teams, right? Indonesia already went through the ringer, basically. They went the 3 games. Now, what if they end up going 3 games here, right? And then later on, they end up playing again. That is going to be a long day for them. And
the climb,
the
crawl
is real.
Yeah,
it's literally a crawl.
Clearly, this sets up Indonesia the right amount of energy, experience, even momentum for these kind of teams who has been seasoned through experience and even all the challenges they face in their own region and tournaments. This is what keeps the fire going, man.
You need it at this point, right? 3rd day of the playoffs. You got 1 more day ahead of you if you can get there to that grand final spot. And this is every step, right? Every step towards that direction is where you want to go. And now for Egypt, let's talk about them a little bit here, because Indonesia, we just saw play. We pretty much expounded a lot on their strategy and how they like to approach these games. Now Egypt, if you haven't watched them just yet, or maybe this is your first time tuning in here for the tournament at day 3 as we get down to these last matches. Egypt is a team that has quite a bit of experience. They've battled it out on other tournaments around the world together, and just performance-wise, they've grown as a team. One of the great things about IESF here, seeing the 16 countries that competed, made it, actually all the countries that battled it out leading to this point, is how they've improved over the course of the action. A lot of times, eyes are on certain countries, Philippines, Indonesia, and then you have all these countries growing in their competitiveness.
100
MLBB.
nations all across the world.
Yes, and that we had 16 for MLBB here. And you see it, the improvements. You know, I think at the end of the day, if you would have broken down your own predictions back in the group stages, I think a lot of you guys can ask yourself online that made predictions, like, is this what we expected, right? There might be some that you obviously are in the right place, and others that are surprised. There was some upsets throughout this tournament up to this point. And so now that we're down to this, Egypt themselves, all their lanes are someone to keep an eye on for the most part, right? But if I had to highlight someone here, it would definitely be Smile. We saw 2 MVPs from him yesterday.
Yeah.
And of course, Maro, right? We saw Maro give his humble words there earlier. So it is going to be crucial that Indonesia, at least what I'm expecting, they target some of the respect fans here. At this point in the tournament, it's, Meta has established performances, MVP performances are pretty much like, all right, these are heroes we want to lock down and not let them get their hands on, and that will shape the course of the draft as we wait up to get in that first one for game 1.
Speaking of draft, there are similarities on the book of Egypt and Indonesia. On the previous game that we've witnessed, we saw Kaja, we saw Karita, we saw even Valentina show up. Even they have the way of countering this meta picks right now that's actually present in Egypt on how they started this playoffs. They're one of the teams also that I have noticed that they also use the Lancelot. They have this way of utilizing this meta like all in or all out. But one thing also in similar is Franco, Fanny, and Brody. Flashy plays, flashy pickups.
Is Egypt flashy? Do you feel like they're flashy?
I believe so. Most of them, even they use the Turizla. Well, they have a way of securing those kinds of surprise ganks and even pickups. They even use the Clint.
Yeah.
You just say that it is now being accepted or effective on the meta. So there's so much ways to consider their gold lane, but from what we're seeing on how they went through from the day 1 of Yash to now, it's all about their comfort. It's all about their strong picks. But if we depend on the results from their games, it's mostly on how they get this pick up. It relies on mostly from Mara from their games we see yesterday, and it was so effective.
The roam is crucial here, right, for both of these teams, obviously, as we heard from them on the stage. And now, as we jump into the draft here, you can already see it, right? Egypt is going to be on the blue side. We've got Indonesia on the red. And Franco already being respect banned out, paired up with Fanny.
That's 2 already.
That's great, right? That's what I was saying, man. You know, day 3, it's pure respect. You don't know you don't exactly want to give these MVP performing heroes from previous days. And most of those performances were like knocked out of the park. Like they were not just a simple MVP performance. They were crazy performances. And the fact that you also take out the Kadita is great. Just homework from even the previous series, plus the Kaja. So already Egypt respecting those from what they saw happen against Mongolia for Indonesia. And now this leaves to question, right, as we wait for that last ban to come through from Indonesia. Egypt, are they opting for the Fredrin? Is that the safe route to go for? Is that the play style, or at least the hero to complement the play style for Huda here?
Well, to play around with the comfort fix of Huda and basing on their performance and even the stats, they mostly prioritize on the mage. The Valentina, we've seen the most of the staple picks here of Egypt. A great way of utilizing an ultimate out of the opponent, but now it's a Fredrin going to in utility. And this is good for Egypt, seeing another possibility here, but they have a way of jump-starting their own jungler but not being deserved of any assassin here. This is a great start for them. Cautiously, they want to perform good early game.
Well, once again, you don't 100% know. Like, this is always the up-in-the-air question, right? Is the Fredrin actually going to be parked in the jungle or not? And this is always why... I think it is like 9 times out of 10 now. You could say like 90% of the time, Fredrin's picked up in that first pick on the blue side. Response, though, this is a little bit of difference, right? Not typical to see a Paquito picked up right away here on the red side, but they do it anyway. Novaria locked in as well. This is
Good
great
pickup.
to have, yep. But here's another interesting thing. The Joy comes through, right? We don't see a lot of teams play around with this, and yesterday was one of the first times that we did see Joy pick up, slip through, and it was in the hands of Indonesia in Super Ken in the jungle. He didn't, you know, it wasn't the best game for him. So first phase already done here. Joy, Valentina, how are we feeling about it for Egypt?
Right now, 3 strong picks coming from Indonesia and as well as for Egypt. They have a way of stealing out an ultimate from the Navarra, even for the Paquito. A great start as well for maintaining either EXP or jungler. But most of the games we see, Baksha is the jungler, but having that own lane sustain and have your own lane stage making it work properly, Paquito is the way to get a counter for the Joy. But how do you even maintain those resources but if you're up against this Joy? But again, your thought of this on the first 2 picks of Egypt could either still be flexed. We've seen Joy being utilized in the jungler, but now I think this is Frederick is most likely a great answer for Indonesia's starting composition. So with the ban of the Kufa, with the ban of Terizla, you don't want that catch, you don't want that ultimate being set up from the Paquito because you need something to slow it down. But one thing that we saw though from Egypt is we saw them use the Barretts.
Pain.
We did.
Is the proof
Good
that
point.
I'm still alive.
And it's something too that now it's a little risky, right? You can kind of wait a little bit because you are on the blue side if you wanted to lock in the Barretts, right? And the only problem with that I see here is realistically, right? We have to assume the Joy. Actually, we can't really assume. Is it going in the jungle? Is it going XP? This is, I think, where that flexibility comes through, at least for Egypt. That's what they kind of want to decide. Because at the same time, if they were to go a little bit too tanky, there could have been a carry picked up. But instead, it's going to be a Beatrix locked in here for Indonesia. Now, the response for these last 2 picks. And for Indonesia specifically, right, we've already got the Baksha that will be going in the jungle. Pretty much serves the same purpose of a Fredrin if he is parked there. Ooh. Okay, there is the carry. I was wondering, right, would that be picked up to deal with some of these tankier heroes from Indonesia? Egypt locks it in. And I love that the Minotaur comes through, man.
This is by far the fastest draft.
Yeah.
For this day.
It's super fast, actually.
Yeah, you have shredding power for the Baksha. You have this setup, a bit of window of a cooldown for the Minotaur to keep on, that could be used over and over again. And disturb Beatrix just by being in the back line is an answer for even the Joy to come in. There's a lot of combos that you actually do for the composition of the Eve. You have the Beats of Joy, you have Valentina's Dash. There's a lot of escape, evade, and also knock up here. But one thing to consider with this kind of shredding power, will they'll still consider the Faramis with this kind of lineup? Because again, oh, there you go. I was just talking about it.
You know, before that was locked in, I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, what ultimate would Smile actually want to take from Indonesia? And there wasn't many, right? There's not a lot of options here. Yeah, maybe the Navaria, but now that you have this Faramis across from you, you're going to be trying to take the Nether Realm for yourself, utilizing it to extend some of those team fights. It is Huda on the Joy, so Huda will be taking that into the jungle. And like we were saying, Fredrin, not necessarily right away. You have to assume jungle pick. It's flexed into the hands of Alpha. It will go into the XP lane.
Yeah. Mostly utility, utilizing the taunt, utilizing one of the appraisers route in those long team fights in objective takes. Now, having the Faramis present on the side of Indonesia, it's a way of like surviving the early game rotation that a Minotaur can do. So it's a way of like holding or babysitting your lane, possibly to cross the first 5 minutes and get those first 2 items quickly if you are considering the Beatrix as your main damage dealer.
Well, we're going to find out here, jumping into the match. Game number 1, it's Egypt and Indonesia fighting for the lives in the tournament. Who will draw first blood in the best of 3? We see them setting up here. We got to take a look quick at the emblems as well. Nothing too crazy, right? Nothing too out of the ordinary. The main thing here that you don't see is these 2 picks from Egypt. Huda on the Joy so much, right? We saw it a little bit on Super Ken yesterday. Maybe he has a little more success here with this pick. It really does depend on how Maro can utilize this Minotaur, if he's able to get those combinations off, especially the Fury, right? Once you land that CC and it helps out the team a lot, can you flip it around? Can you utilize that? And at the same time, Smile will be someone to watch out for. What ultimates does he take? Realistically, man, the only ones, for the most part, utilizing for impact would be Moreno's Netherrealm. Still early action on here before that first turtle comes up.
See, this is the part where a Minotaur is just so effective early game. You have the knock-up, you have the spam, you have a way to control the roam of the other team to just be at bay. So this time around, Super Ken has more ways to actually utilize to see who's isolated the side of Egypt, because right now, Smile has the magic shoes, a bit of a cooldown reduction extra up against the Faramis. So he needs to get a little upper extra for the EXP just to get additional hits or even burst as he goes and progresses with the game.
And as we wait for that first objective to come up, that's going to be that turtle. Most of these players want to hit that level 4 as soon as possible. Alpha a little bit a ways from it. He's going to have to clear this next wave before he hits that. He's going to need that to help with the turtle take. Meanwhile, Smile now has that available. He's got to also look for the own ultimate to take, but really right now it's started up here. He's trying to get his eyes on Moreno.
Three members present here, knock up onto Super Ken. Zorizo though trying to box out one. Look at that, just moving through, building up that charge. Who's getting the first soul? It's gonna be, oh, Zorizo takes the kill, but Super Ken secures the objective. Mara on the other hand though, dropping low, use another round for regen. Smile as well, looking for a way to aid his team. Finn and Moreno tries to look for an avenue to steal this purple. Alpha's trying to hold on. Will they steal this though? Trying to have a contest on this objective. Has they taken it? That time around, Alpha still manages to secure that purple.
A lot of back and forth there, right, for that turtle. Indonesia able to secure it, so that's big in the department for objectives. Not only that, but that first blood kill went in the hands of this Paquito, right, on Zorizo. This already gives him a little bit of an advantage to work with. You're probably going to see him continue to play around. Oh,
look at that, terrifying poke down. Smile takes a point. Another exchange here. Vin now forced to poke him down. Zorizo and even members here of Egypt are present. A charge as well present for Zorizo, but they now trying to gain more control onto the river, heading towards the marksman of Indonesia.
So again, at this point, still, actually, Maro's in trouble here.
Ultimate landing onto Maro. Socken secures the kill. Look at that blade of Frisbees connecting onto the box. Still absorbing it good though. Now onto the exchange of spams. Egypt once again is trying to hold on the early strength of Indonesia. Look at that drop on coming from a corner. Speedy forced to use that flicker out.
Oh, Speedy.
Oh no, can you speed your way out to the base this time? That's the regen slowing down Maro. Here comes the reinforcement of Egypt. Can he pull off a defense now? Sak on the other hand just poking on the outer third energy shields of Egypt, utilizing gold economy early on.
Wow, that's tough. That was already a BOD picked up. Blade of Despair picked up for Sakin. First item, he rushed it. He got so much gold off that turret too. That yellow bar on that turret just whittled down in the bottom lane. Extra for him. So that is playing a part in it, right? He's got great damage this early on. Second turtle of the game now spawns. Both teams trying to get it situated, but look how much focus there is still on the bottom side.
Super Ken has eyes on the second objective. Now no contest at all for Egypt. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, action might actually happen for the gold lane. Now, securing that objective, eyes on the prize here for Indonesia as they want to gain control of the remaining objectives remaining at this first 5-minute mark of the game.
Nice
being taunted, Sake now being forced to retreat back on his own turret. Response coming through, though, very quick for Indonesia.
So as we're at this point in the game, right, 5 minutes in, 2 turtles already secured for Indonesia. You can see the gold lead slowly but surely building up, right, in Indonesia's favor. So Egypt, if you're trying to think, how do we slow this down, they have to find their own kills. And at this point, it's on the shoulders of Maro, right? This is why you pick this Minotaur. You want to be able to utilize the Minoan Fury, set things up. That's what they're going for here in the bottom.
Saken now trying to eye on Maro. Will he fall down? Knock up onto Super Ken. 2 members dropping low here for Egypt. Now responding into the action. We have Indonesia trying to get in for the pursuit. Now sustaining more of the damage. Maro could be taken down here. Super Ken.
Oh, they're getting sandwiched.
Look at that, the pull from that onslaught. Whoa, Smile and Maro continues to hold on to this turret, but this time around, Saken secures the kill, and the rest of Indonesia looking away to clean this up. Finn for the double, and just as that, a push and a kill. Indonesia winning that chance.
That's tough. When you're caught in that moment under the turret and you have nowhere to go, you just try to get what you can, and if you can, that's probably only 1 kill. As we take a look at the replay here, you're going to see it unfold, right? Just 3 members crash down. They're lucky they didn't get pulled with a stampede altogether. Still, inevitably, it was the same thing. And nowhere to escape. They get locked in, and that is just kill after kill going to the hands of Indonesia. And now they continue to work with that momentum. Look at this.
They're
Super
all
Ken
over
is
the
everywhere.
place. Well, right now, Super Ken being taunted down. Use the Tortoise Puissance for escape. Ultimate being thrown right onto the elbush here of Egypt, completing the sequence of the strategy. And look at the damage on the poke coming in from Smile there. He took the ultimate of the Beatrix right now.
Interesting. Right, interesting choice there. At the same time, Turtle going to be worked on.
Now, this time around, who secures it? Super Ken gets the objective, a knock-up onto this one. Using the way to take down Alpha, still receiving some damage. Astro Recall will not connect Moreno, though. Onto the regen, still safe. Objective is the first priority here of Indonesia, having 5 points in.
So far, this is just mainly a clean game from Indonesia, right? They're setting the pace, obviously. They've got 3 of the Turtles now. And it's just basically they're driving this boat, right? Driving the car, whatever you want to call it here. And Egypt along for the ride. How do you stop this from snowballing even further out? Sakin also just picking up the Malefic Roar. That's huge this early on. He now has pretty much 2 of the core items he needs on this Beatrix. He's got the BOD, he's got the Malefic Roar. The damage is going to be insane, right? So you got to be able to stop this. And how do you do it if you're Egypt? Well, once again, Minoan Fury, best thing you have for you. Smile. What ultimate can he take? Well, mostly it's the Nether Realm, right? We saw him pick up the Beatrix ultimate before, but that's not really what you want to go for. And that's why he's holding on to this Nether Realm from Moreno. Look at the fighting. The pressure here, just for the resources in the jungle, is quite tough to deal with. Super Ken, by the way, level 10 here, right? And he is just stealing these buffs. He's quite tanky already, even with just a couple of items. So if you're trying to deal with this, how do you whittle it down? Speedy needs time, right? He needs time on this carry.
Speaking of which, being taunted in, 4 members of Egypt trying to take him down, securing the turret, but Super Ken here is silenced, now looking forward to a way of takedown. Alpha Region is here, NetherRealm doing all the work, Moreno with a double. Indonesia finds a way to take down 2, and to end a turret up top.
You see how much Egypt had to expend there to get Super Ken down? That's just how tanky a boxer can be, especially with this kind of lead that they have, right? We're talking about a 5,000 gold lead. Here comes Cerezo.
Wow, from the back line. He's not letting Smile go. And with the punch, he goes down.
Okay, just like that. Once again, Paquito showing how much damage you have even with just that 1 kill. The threat of damage for Indonesia is tough to deal with if you're Egypt. You're constantly trying to catch back up into this game. And now that the Lord is up, do you really want to contest it? Probably not, right? You're not really there in any capable way of dealing with this team fight. If it even is a numbers advantage for you, you're outgunned, you're outfired. Speedy is not there yet. If we even look at Speedy's items, he's only got the Corrosive Scythe for the most part, if I remember right. He doesn't have that second item locked in yet. That's why they're forcing him. Speedy, go up top lane. We'll give up this Lord. Farm up what you need to. You need 2 or 3 items to really turn the tides of these fights. That's exactly what they do. But look what's happening. Indonesia is deciding, all right, we're going for the top lane. We know where they are.
Look at that. Stunning Alpha. That's the ultimate connecting. Alpha uses the flicker to escape the possible takedown, but Super Ken is trying to slow him down. Mara, on the other hand, trying to knock him up. A good hold, though, but the NetherRealm has now been activated. Damage as well. Show and Sakin takes Smile down. Plus turret now continuing this chase. Cerezo, though, on a punch. Someone might go down. It's still evading. Wow,
man.
Egypt still safe from the possible onslaught of Cerezo.
By the way, that was a sidestepping cow. That was a Minotaur sidestep right there. So, unfortunately for Cerezo, right, not able to land the punches he was looking for. It looked like it was almost slow motion for him, but still just not able to find the connection. But still, they have the Lord marching down the bottom lane. They're going to be able to play around this, get a couple tier 2 turrets, work with the space. They've still got a massive advantage.
Wow.
Right? So no matter how much dodging you do, at the end of the
hurts.
day, you got to work from this gold deficit, this power deficit for Indonesia.
Look at that. Lord melted down. The mindset of Indonesia slowing down progress of this carry on a scarier state in the late game. Now they're trying to open this window for themselves, taking out the last turret down bottom. Socken secures that one. Alpha being called. Look at that. Ultimate on Super Ken, knocking him up. But now the members now of Egypt are present. Now they're forced to retreat back. Now the mega kill goes to Socken. The damage is too much. And a killing spree goes to Moreno, making a double for Socken. Remaining deathless. Indonesia now knocking on the last turret in mid.
Even with the shields there, they're going to be expended in the mid lane. They might just be looking to end it here, OSX.
This time around, can Egypt defend? Look at the damage. Huda falls down on a monster kill. Socken as well. They're on the base. At this point, they've taken a win out of Egypt in its best of 3.
Man, oh man. First blood in the series in a dominant fashion, 11 minutes or so. And they come through clean. That was just a clean game. If you could say anything about that matchup from Indonesia. Question was, before we even got to the series, are they on fire? Is it the momentum from the previous series that they had? That speaks for itself right there, right? They exactly knew the game plan, they executed it perfectly, and they gave no opportunity to Egypt to even have a chance to come back into this game. You saw that last effort there at the end too. You know, Maro flickering in, trying to utilize that Minoan Fury, but not, even if he got it off on multiple members, with what damage do you follow up with?
Yes.
That's the problem.
The problem, that is the question. You have great setup, but the carry has literally been slowed down. Not even getting the right amount of items. Yeah, it was completely. They had speed breaks attached to him, to the carry, because they know the threat. From mid to late game, having the carry or letting him just loose around the map, getting so much waves and clearing them off, having the items, man, you gotta secure yourself for a defense, because that hero alone is a shredding power late game.
I think if you're Egypt, you want to be able to, you know, this is something that we've seen now with Joy specifically. And the fact is, you have to be able to round out that lineup. I would say better, right? And when you start taking chances on some of these roam options, I understand too, a lot of those bans were targeted towards Maro, right? The hero pool that he has. And I kind of expect Indonesia to do the same thing. So maybe you alter that draft, that banning phase a little bit more, right? So you can get it in your favor. They should be swapping sides as well, so that'll change some of the priority here. You know, but you know, with this game specifically, just looking at it, Egypt has a lot that they kind of need to address before they go into the next game if they're trying not to get swept here on obviously a momentum-based team like Indonesia. So without really breaking that down, we have to wait for that game. But the MVP for this one, who do we give it to? They could, honestly, across the board, Indonesia played their part. Socken, though, here on the Beatrix, gets the 6-0-5 of the KDA MVP for the game. He was, again, the big thing here and what allowed him to get to this point is early on he locked in that BOD just right away. First item, locked it in, and then the Malefic Roar soon after, just because of how much of a momentum this game had for Indonesia, allowing him to really shine on this Beatrix pick.
Yeah. Having 3, Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, BOD, 6-0-5, remaining deathless. 79% kill participation. Once they have a chance to pick someone off of Egypt, that was a complete go time, amplifying more of the early game for the Beatrix. And you mentioned earlier that having a way of utilizing, taking down the outer turret energy shields from Egypt was a great way for the Beatrix to increase her economy and getting that first item.
Great point there, and again, a great game for Indonesia. We are going to be taking a short break before we jump into game number 2, so sit tight, we'll be back after this. And welcome back here again. It's day number 3 for MLBB playoffs at the IESF WEC 2023. Again, I'm Naisu. Joined here with me is OSX, and we are into the second series, the lower bracket of the tournament. And it's down to this. It's a best of 3 right now between Egypt and Indonesia. Indonesia got the game 1 in a pretty dominant fashion. So we're hoping Egypt has something in the tank here to bring us to a game 3.
We see them use different kind of assassin heroes that actually be present in game number 2. A lot of banned heroes, mostly from respect on how they carry themselves from the group stage till today, was a bit of a great way to just neutralize the possible threat on how are they strong with the draft. So looking at back on how can they be arranging a different flavor for game number 2 is we could actually expect them to use more of the assassin heroes this time. Lancelot has been picked up before. Joy has been used, although it wasn't a good game though.
I think Joy is at this point, I don't know. Most of the teams that have tried to, pick her up, it hasn't worked out.
The problem with that part is how do you even go through that back line? How do you even go to penetrate Spakido's charge and even the passive when it's up? So one thing also to consider then on, if you're actually having a Joy on your side, is you have the burst, you have a way to be nimble and quick, but if the opposing team rather has more of a flexibility of catching you right away or even bursting you down, that's where the defensive department needs to show. So a bit of a challenge for them for using the Joy, but most likely they would pull something different for this one, because if they go rather for the flexibility or even for the utility, it could be a good jump start for Egypt to even bounce back.
I think a couple things have to happen here for Egypt, right? And that's number 1, Maro, right? He needs a hero that can change the course of this game. Was Minotaur one of the heroes that could do that? Sure, in a certain circumstance. But like I said, back when we were watching that series and we were breaking it down, even if you get that off, necessarily you're not going to be able to have the follow-up you need if you're that far behind, this early on. Again, that was what, an 11-minute game, I think it was, for game 1. So maybe you go with this different game plan, but as we get to this draft here for game 2, you can already see it, right? They're going to focus on that clutch pick of Maro's, which is the Franco. Won't get his hands on that, so I would love to see him, because of the way that this has changed, and now that you have, the priority here for Indonesia, they're going to pick up their first pick, probably a Fredrin. If I was Egypt, and we've seen Maro do amazing things, maybe pick up the Kufra. That's probably going to allow you to at least find those setups you need. And then what you're talking about, OSX, is give this assassin to Huda, right? In the jungle. Let them be the ones to set the pace here.
With the respect from the Bakido and their counter in the early game, they don't want that XP lane damage and also the XP lane true burst damage in team fights. So they take out the Bakido as well as the Karata. It's a bit of a problem now in team fighting compositions. And as this being set on the table for the first 3 bans of Egypt and Indonesia opens up the Fredrin to show up. It's just the utility, it's just that flexibility that you can use for AXP or the jungler. So will that be the decision of Indonesia? No, it won't be. It's going to be the Faramis. You have a sustain, you have a way to force and poke out. Yeah, an interesting route for Indonesia, and they're forcing them to take the Fredrin. A bit of a gambit though, but it's a different flavor. A flexible option now for the first pick of Egypt paired with a Brody. Since you look after the composition of a Faramis, a lot of this draft that actually rotate with is a lot of heroes with dashes, a lot of heroes with escape, even invulnerability. So that thing around, you need to secure that damage, just needs to pierce through, just in case you have a team fight, and that is the answer, or that is a toolkit of a Brody.
This is a good choice, though, and the reason why it is once again, Egypt, we saw it when they locked in the carry the previous game, they needed way too much time to build up, and that's kind of, if you look at the weakness of some of these marksman picks, Irithil, Claude, you need so much time to build up. Carry as well, you need to be protected for a while. Brody allows you to at least farm from a distance and hopefully just pull off some amazing torn apart memories, right? Now, on the flip side, Indonesia, with their first phase, they finish it off with a Beatrix. Why not? MVP performance from before, and now you have Kaja available to you. So you have Divine Judgment, you can find the pickoffs you need and force that into hopefully feeding into this Beatrix once again, right? Response from Egypt, they lock in the Novaria. Great pick, vision, poke, helps out the team here. And we have seen this once again in the hands of Smile. MVP performance before,
Yeah.
right? So still, I feel like when you're at this point, you're at match point here, Egypt wants to play on comfort. They also have this specific game plan in mind. So we'll see how they narrow down the jungle picks. It looks like they already take out the Lancelot. Do they go for one more in the jungle, or do they focus on something else? We'll find out. And Indonesia, how do they respond?
They're taking out the assassin heroes that might show up in Indonesia, respecting the strength here of their comfort, because as of this moment, there's no jungler yet present for Indonesia. You have the pick off, you have the build up with the Beatrix. Also, this answers the counter of a Brody. Early game, you will have more sustain, you will have more ways of holding up, and just having a great minute 5 to just get your first item in is a much beneficial of sustaining. But the ban onto the Barracks that we were talking about earlier in game number 1, they don't want that -1, especially in objective takes and also in team fights. Even the Eve not being present here, they just don't want that.
I'm surprised. I mean, we saw the Barretts pop up, and we saw how effective it could be, but it's still, in a way, it's like, it's kind of niche. Like for certain team compositions, for certain teams, not everyone wants to roll with the Barretts just because he is just the way that his kit works, right? He's a great front obstacle, and we saw even Egypt like to utilize that before. So great ban here from Indonesia. We'll see what their last one is. Meanwhile, the Baksha, also solid choice. The way that it was utilized by Indonesia in the previous game, cutting members off of Egypt, forcing them to just get sandwiched under these turrets early on is really what built up that snowball from the previous game. So solid choices. This is the adjustment we were talking about in the draft that needed to happen for Egypt. So far, pretty good setup first phase, right? How do they round this out? What do they want to take with them, especially in the roam? Is this possibly, is it going to be a roam Maro on the Novaria? I don't think so, but we could be surprised, right? We've seen it paired up before with an there. No. This is better, right? I was going to say.
He doesn't want that Astrally call.
No, man, it wouldn't be Maro if he was playing roam Novaria, but we have seen crazier things up to this point, right? So you can't count it out. But the fact that I was like, before the draft even started, I was like, man, if Maro can get his hands on a Kufra, I would like to see that way more than the chance that he had with any of the other roams, right? So this already allows them to have that setup potential, and paired up with the vision available with the Novaria, it could work great. Response,
wow,
once again,
they
we're going to
take
see
it
the
up
joy.
for themselves. The joy. Having a great initiation from the back line now of Egypt makes Brody so vulnerable in early game stages. Having a way to secure yourself gives so much pressure to Maro to aid the gold lane now. With taunts and CCs present right now for Egypt, might as well use the toolkit early on to not get picked off by this Kaja. Again, a lot of sustain, a lot of pull, a lot of isolation, even diversion for this last pick of a Joy.
But how has that statistic been with Joy?
Yeah.
Not so good, but maybe this is the game, right? Maybe this is the game where it works out. Locked in here for the XP lane for Egypt is going to be Yu Zhong. Usually banned out, right? This is a pick that typically gets banned out against certain teams. Very high impact, especially early on, if you can get the combination off, utilizing the Dragon form with the Petrify. And we've seen it snowball before, right? So great overall lineup, I feel like, for Egypt this time. If they want to take us to a Game 3, this is a great opportunity for them. They cover the check boxes they have to get taken care of. Not only that, but they're also quite durable. You also have multiple options for you to enter these fights instead of just being at the whims of Indonesia here.
Looking at that composition now, EXP would get really tough here for the sustain. You have the Faramis, you have a way to take out one. Yes, the glue has been banned, but they have found their way to actually have a -1, but not being swallowed by Nitona's Welcome. Glue nowadays actually is a great counter for the marks that we see. Claude, Beatrix, again, we're seeing a great picture here how Indonesia will even sustain their lane. So by just looking at this game, let's see how it goes.
We're going to find out. It's match point here. Indonesia and Egypt in the lower bracket looking to make their way to the grand final. It starts here. Game number 2. Taking a look here at the emblems. Is anything out of the ordinary? For the most part, you see Egypt working with the quantum charges. Right, they want some of that mobility here. Smile also, once again, keep an eye on him. He's had great performances with this Novaria so far. He is going to be a key component alongside Maro to turn this into a Game 3 series. But right now, biggest threat across from them. Once that level 4 is available, will be Vin on this Kaja once again. Divine Judgments will be clutch for Indonesia if they want to close this out and sweep.
Okay, just getting on for division here, looking for the rotation of a 3-man rotate from Indonesia as well as Egypt. Smile, Mero, we have Cerizos again, and Vin. Looking forward to have an advantage up against a Frederin's way of progress early game. Needs to happen for Super Ken or even for Vin here. So one thing they're considering is the pickup. Look at that, another one. Speaking of which, Alpha now might fall down. Cerizos with regen. Super Ken secures the kill. Alpha falls down. First blood goes to Indonesia, and Huda here is not letting Vin go. Trying to spam on. Will he make it the Ring of Order? Force out a flicker. Huda praises right, connecting right onto the turret. No defense there. 1-1. Egypt following up with a kill.
Wow, looks like it's a mirrored response from both teams, right? A focus from Indonesia on the top side, and you have Egypt trying to do the same here on the bottom. I'm actually surprised that Huda was able to get a kill out of that. I expected Vin not to really spend too much time out there. He even tried to flicker out, still get taken out by the Appraiser's Wrath. So now back to it, even across the board for the most part. The fight for this first objective, the turtle. Marl's going to charge up.
Location revealed. Maro has eyes on Vin. Look at that. Astral Recall connecting. Forced the Nether Realm to be used. Now regen is imminent. Now how will the damage go through? Huda secures the objective. There goes Alpha. Black Dragon 4 boosting the next target. Moreno though falling and dropping low on mana, low on health. Now he goes down. Alpha takes the kill. And also as Huda here trying to eye on Cerizos. Meanwhile the Cavalry is present. The taunt, that's the sustain. Nope. At this point, Cerizos is trying to hold on, still regenerating through that fight. Wow, he's tanky, but Alpha secures the kill.
Did I not just say in the draft, you know, Alpha getting his hands on this Yuzhong here, it is going to pay dividends if he can get a lead. He just got the lead in the lane. Maro, a little bit in trouble here. Will he be able to get away? Yeah, Vin is not level 4 just yet. So that's the thing. That's a threat, right? Yuzhong, couple early kills, scaling really well. Confident now with that Dragon form, especially on the next objective takes here. Now, slowly but surely, that gold lead is building up, right? You see it now for Egypt in favor. So if you're Indonesia, once again, how do you slow this down? Leading into that second turtle of the game here. Vin now having the Divine Judgment is a big change here for the momentum for Indonesia. They can finally be the ones, especially when the flicker is available, to go for those pickoffs. And that's what they need, right? As that gold lead grows to the 1.5 here in favor of Egypt, they got to play around that. They're constantly looking for pickoffs of their own.
Wow. Speed of pickoffs, Huda has eyes
already flickered
on Moreno here, being taunted using the Tyrant's Rage and Tyrant's Revenge. He falls down, Smile secures the point. Meanwhile up top, force the Black Dragon form to be used here. Super Cannon Cerizos trying to hold on. Here comes Vin for reinforcement, Ring of Order, looking for AoE damage, but a taunt here right on turret. Saken falls down. Huda on a killing spree.
This is huge for Egypt. I mean, the first few minutes, man, they're in control. And that's exactly what they have to do here. Now leading into this, 10 seconds away from that second turtle, with the lead that they have, and the fact that Huda, on a character, on a hero like Fredrin, man, having this lead, he's going to the Psycho Fredrin territory.
Look at that, another jump, another knock up, another one falling down. Vin, Speedy secures the kill. Meanwhile, there is still a pursuit here. Huda has eyes on, that's a taunt connecting. You have their Praise Shroud onto Moreno. Can he still survive this? Activate another realm early on, still sustaining that. Now, Indonesia might back off here and not contest this turtle.
Man, Huda's playing this Fredrin like an assassin, literally. And he's 3-0-4 now, securing the second turtle of the game. This is massive for Egypt. Off to an amazing start here. Now 3K ahead. They also have the first turret of the game down, right? They've got the space to work with. They're going to go ahead and switch lanes. Maro charging up again. This is what you expect when Maro gets his hands on one of these heroes that can make plays, set things up where he pleases, and that's what's happening here. So now it's Indonesia trying to catch up. Taking a look at the items, there's not too much going on, right? First item starting to be locked in. Second worked on. Alpha, though, on the hunt.
Off-cam kill there. Speedy gets in with the turret. Now with the pull, Cerizos trying to grab on. Look at the pull with the Ring of Order now being utilized. Alpha and Huda is forced to respond with madness. Huda takes down one. Super Ken falls down. Saken as well. Wow, at just as that. This is a Frederick on the 404.
Still going.
It's still going. It's
He's waiting for his team.
Oh, with the 1v1 here. With a follow-up from a team. Egypt. Smile completely secures down a kill onto Indonesia.
Okay, this is Psycho Fredrin territory now. He's 4-0-5. You see him how he's playing around this, how he's handling these micro situations. Gonna go ahead and take this orange buff as well from Indonesia. Full control, big item pickup as well for Speedy. Having a way better game here this time around on the Brody. That's exactly why they picked it up in the first phase. Malefic Roar is going to help big time. Look at this, Moreno already taking a couple shots.
Okay, I was about to say that he might be using the torn apart memory, but it was too far of a distance.
Yeah, he held on to it. It probably wouldn't necessarily. Oh man,
A follow-up. 2 members Indonesia out here present. Super Ken and Vin might be in trouble. Praises Wrath. The damage is too much. Super Ken falls down. Alpha wants to secure another one. Vindo being forced to retreat back, but the torn apart memory secures the kill for Egypt.
That is the moment you're looking for when you're Brody. They're still going. Huda is feeling it, man, and he's going to keep the team rolling here. Couple seconds away, Turtle for the taking. Most likely just going to go in the hands of Egypt, but they still put the pressure top side. Tier 2 will fall. They've got a complete numbers and space advantage right now. You can see it already happening. Huda going to work on that. Probably not going to be much of a contest here, but it looks like Indonesia might be looking for their own setup. Trilo getting chunked down a little bit. Vin gets the information he needs. Super Ken, is he going to go for this?
Oh, too late for the retribution now. Oh, Astral Recall. Location has been spotted. Huda is unstoppable. Taking down Super Ken. 4 members left to defend. The second tier third right in mid. Oh, in Egypt right now on the damage. Still, 4 members remain deathless. Another follow-up here. Huda tries to spam.
The pull.
That's the pull. Vin has a catch. Now with the fall of the Black Dragon Form, will this be the answer of Egypt? They're circling around, trying to zone up members of Indonesia. Follow-up here is not yet imminent for Egypt. There's a back away. Indonesia still holding through the second mid turret.
Again, right now, almost 8 minutes into the game. Next big objective, a minute and a half or so away. The Lord take will be crucial here. The way things are going, though, like I said, Egypt in just a prime position to go ahead and take that, right? If they can take that first Lord, that should get them up at least to these base turrets for the most part, right? Everybody pretty much on that team is having a hell of a game here. Speedy himself is where he needs to be on this Brody. You really can't even get to him. That's the problem, right? Even Vin, when he has that flicker available and you see him trying to get the Divine Judgment combination off, but sometimes you just can't get to this Brody, and that's why he's picked up quite a bit so far in this current meta. And at the same time, with that being said, Smile sitting from a distance himself, Astral recalling wherever he needs to. Okay, he already flickered. Very defensive there. And that was just Super Ken, by the way. So Super Ken gets that resource out, but still looking for this tier 2. Egypt's going to go ahead and secure them this turret. Indonesia did get a little more space to work with, though, top side. But all this leading into what, OSX? Still a massive gold deficit here for Indonesia. 15 seconds away now from this Lord.
This is the problem. How do you even penetrate the back line? The front line of Egypt right now is so strong and can absorb more damage and even defend or deflect by just Marrow alone being in the front lines and having you into the back line entry is already enough for Egypt to even have a stronghold and create a beeline right onto Indonesia. So how will they penetrate this though? This is the question. No contest yet.
Okay, look at the placement. Vin's in position. He's got the flicker available, most likely waiting to find his own target. He's going to get poked down, though. That's one of the great things about Navaria. That is Lord. Just being secured here. Mar's going to go in, though. Not sure if they're going to follow up. Alpha use the Dragon form. Okay, they call it off. Retreat here for Indonesia. They don't want to force this again. Just defend, right? It's only the first Lord of the game. You should be able to hand it pretty well. But you're still talking about a gold gap that's getting even further out of control here. So can they do it? Has Sakin had enough time to get what he needs to do on this Beatrix? He's had a very rough early game here, just trying to catch up.
2 deaths.
2 deaths. Taking a quick look at the items, all he's got is pretty much the BOD. It's not really there yet in comparison to what's across from them. Here's the Lord.
Oh, now revealing location, now being forced to defend this space. Lord is knocking in the last third in mid. Egypt is trying to eye on breaking defenses now on. Vin, on the other hand, looking for a way to melt this Lord down. Meanwhile, up top, just Egypt circling through the base here.
Base is a little bit open. Wow, look at that. Astral Recall. Chunking down 2/3 of the health of Sakin here. You can just see how strong Egypt is right now. Very reminiscent of the first game.
Wow, that hurt.
On the flip side, and now turret's going to be worked on.
This time around, it's the last turret down bottom. One more turret left here for Indonesia. Can they hold through? Can they defend through? They need to have some sort of a way to make this magic work against Egypt. But how do you even penetrate now and take Maro out of the equation? Is the Malefic Roar now enough for the damage of Indonesia, Naisu?
It's a step in the right direction. I guess we could say that, right? Malefic Roar being picked up here, and the fact that still we're 11 minutes, 20 seconds into this game, I would say they need to buy themselves another 5 minutes. You know, if they can really hold on there, but that's even another Lord. Now Alpha goes in.
Black Dragon form looking eye on the back line. Morena though being forced back into the base. Super Can now dropping low.
Wow,
Alpha
Maro.
now with a CC. Now eyes on the base. HP's dropping low. Egypt is eyeing on taking his base right now. Morena takes down Maro with exchange of a roamer from Egypt. Now base finally open. Still managing to secure and defend this. Indonesia still standing tall. 4 members present here. Waves coming in from the mid. What is the answer of Indonesia? Can they hold on? Can they defend? Speedy though burning on. But about damage now. Alpha has the immortality though. Oh, Astro Recall connecting to socket. It hurt. This time around, Indonesia still manages to defend that wave.
Successful defense for the most part. Yeah, the base is completely broken and exposed, but they hold on. I'm saying, you know, they need another 5 minutes or so here, and that's exactly what that does. This defense, albeit they lost their turrets, they stay into this game, right? We've seen crazier things at this point. 10,000 gold difference. In the playoffs alone, we've seen games flip around despite a 10,000 gold difference, right? It just takes the right moment for them to find their targets. If a team with this type of lead gets a little overzealous, a little overconfident, that might be the mistake that they make, right? So at this point, they go get the Lord. It looks like Indonesia wants to kind of get some vision here, what's going on. They know they can't contest it. They get ready for this defense once again.
Melted down quickly.
Melted it down.
Wow, Egypt securing the objective, respecting the strength now of this composition. Indonesia just looking for an avenue here to clear some waves. A defense, a tight defense onto the base. Wave clear is still present though. There's still a Beatrix, nice. So still an open way of having a bounce back, even a clap back. At most points, you just need to write your mistakes, even having the right amount of energy to pull something out of Egypt. You have the divine judgment. You have the toolset, you have the toolkit. It just needs to work.
Comes down to this again. Oh, Vin gonna go in right
That's
away.
the pull that we've been waiting for Indonesia, but this will be the answer. Though Super Can
Wow,
secures the
Maro.
kill. Black Dragon form now going on to the base of Indonesia. Can they still defend? Now Lord Lock into the base. Egypt is now trying to take on more members. 2 members dropping low, and the base is now open. Egypt, this time around.
They take us to a game 3. And this is what we want, man. And again, these lower bracket matches, why not go the distance? Why not go these 3 games? It took them a little bit longer here, right? But very reminiscent of what Indonesia did in game 1. Egypt did it this time around in game 2. Relentless on a lot of these setups, a lot of that momentum-based gameplay early on. And it happened too, just greatly on the whims, once again, of Maro getting his hands on a signature pick, the Kufra here. That was the plus side of being on that red side in the draft. They were able to pick up some crucial heroes that they needed, and they executed it perfectly, right? At the same time, once again, the jungle. Very, very good, just roaming potential. The pace was set from the get-go, right? And there, again, this is what people call, like Fredrin, a lot of people look at him as just the utility jungler, tanky, quite tanky, but then there's also that coin saying, right, Psycho Fredrin, man, when he gets to a point, and the way that this was played, Huda was playing this Fredrin pick like an assassin, so it was great to see here. And we'll see who the MVP is. This could have gone either way. Everybody pulled their weight, but this player in particular, there it is, it's Huda on the Fredrin pick, 5-1 and 9. Not only was he securing the objectives across the board for Egypt here, but man, was he putting the pressure, and he was getting the kills that he needed to really snowball the team here.
5-1 and 9, no steel cables needed. Huda shining through the challenge with a kill participation of 88%. Having the Molten Essence in the first item slot, plus Dominance Ice and Oracle. This time around, more and more ways of sustaining those kinds of damage out from Indonesia was becoming more of the sustained answer of a Fredrin. Huda, on the other hand, on the EXP. At some cases, we see Fredrin doesn't work with EXP. Sometimes we see Fredrin doing something in mid or even roam.
Yeah.
But this time, in the hands of Huda, things could go differently.
Yeah, great
and
game.
They forced the game number 3. Can this take any better?
We're down to the best of one, basically. Tournament lives
One more time.
on the line.
Lower
And-
bracket.
Hey, that's what I was saying, man. Indonesia, they're going through the ringer. If they're able to pull through this series and then, again, they have to play later on, it's going to be a long day for them. But Egypt, based off that performance from Game 2, it's now Indonesia that has to make these adjustments before they get ready for Game 3 because, again, they're fighting for that defending title of champions from IESF last year, and Egypt wants to prove a point here, a massive improvement of a team. So we're going to sit tight here for a little bit while the players reset. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll have Game 3 after this. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us is day number 3 here, and we are on the second match for MLBB, the lower bracket matchup. Again, I'm Nice, you're joined here with OSX, and we have come down to this. It's basically a best of 1. It is a best of 3, but it's a 1-for-1 across the board. Indonesia against Egypt, fighting for their tournament lives here. And now, if we look back real quick, game 1, dominant for Indonesia, 11 minutes I think it was. Game 2, dominant for Egypt, 13-ish, 14 minutes. What's going to happen for game 3?
I just got to tell you, man, Indonesia's having a long day right now in the lower bracket. Almost counting 6 games.
Just about.
Today. And possibly another match in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
Continuing all of the challenge right now. They're on a mission. They're confident. They have more ways of being, again, aggressive in most of their drafting. So if you want to go back on what happened to game number 1, and even in their own previous performances, we have seen more of the assassin picks. We have seen more of the different flavor of off-meta picks that actually works for them. So there's a better way of showing things up in this kind of game 3, since you said this is a best of 1, and if they amped it up in a way that nobody expected to happen, this is the way they're known and strong for.
Thing I'm hoping for is, as we wait for the draft, we have to kind of think about the previous picks. Well, number 1, yeah, this is an endurance test for Indonesia, right? And they've been through the ringer before, and usually they're able to triumph through it, and that's what makes them, again, a lot of people that might just be tuning in for the first time for MLBB. Indonesia is a team that relatively people call a titan of a team or a country.
A giant.
And yeah, they are very dominant.
Yeah.
But Egypt, man, from the previous game, they put in the work and they were just controlling that whole game. Now, how did Egypt do that, right? And I feel like a lot of teams have to kind of look and break down what made Egypt so strong and how they've improved so much. And number 1, the decision making. If you missed the introduction that they had, right? They actually mentioned for MVP, Mara was like, I think it's going to be Alpha. He's probably going to get MVP.
XP lane.
A
lot of them could actually have that title.
If you look at the previous game and you got a glimpse of the cameras there from the players, he was obviously calling a lot of the shots there. He was confident on that Yuzhong pick. And even when that got locked in, I was like, if he's able to get those early kills, 1 or 2 kills on the Yuzhong, you're usually going to see that come into play, right? That's going to be the effect there, and that's exactly what happened. Not to mention, Maro was able to find a hero that it's a signature pick for him, and he found setup after setup after setup alongside with the rest of the team. That's how they got the shine. It's a battle of basically these amazing players that both have figured out their own synergy and how do they clash it out. Now for game 3, what I'm expecting as we have the sides changed again, here's the draft. You can already see it. I was going to say, you kind of expect some of these signature bands to go out towards those signature picks, and there it is. Egypt now on the blue side, the Fredrin is taken out here, right? They don't have that available, not to mention the Franco. Could this possibly be Kufra going in the hands once again of Egypt to help them here? No, it's not, because the target respect ban from Indonesia.
It's a good way of setting up, trimming down the Chrome heroes of Egypt. Right away, they take it.
Oh, man,
you got nothing to lose here.
Same thing that popped in my head from the previous series today.
Game number 3, we saw Fanny.
Game number 3, we saw Fanny. Either you go out in style or you win in style. And that's what they're going to do, right? Egypt wants to be that team here. Huda picks up the Fanny. We saw an amazing performance from him on day 1.
When they knew and when they saw the ban onto Franco, the ban onto Kufra, it was a clear path for Huda to just say, I'm going to take this now. We have an all-in situation here that we need to actually address. The Fanny on game number 3 back in the first match of the day created wonders. And in the hands of Huda here, he has a good setting. Wow! Kadita and Nakaja.
Who did this? They're using their draft from the previous series.
Wow. Power picks, right? From Egypt's book. Akai, though. We've seen the Akai on game number 3 as well in the first match of the day.
Interesting picks.
For me, just don't take the joy now.
We'll see. Yeah. I'm not really feeling like the joy is as effective as people want it to be, right? Whoever these teams when they've drafted it. So this first phase already from Egypt, it's so much risk, but obviously the reward here in terms of the tournament, in terms of this series alone, in terms of facing off against last year's champions for IESF. This is a great start here, right? Now for Indonesia, they're going to still whittle down some of these gold lane options. They know that that's not locked in for Egypt just yet. Now, what do we see? The Brody already on the other side. What exactly do you want to face off that, right? You want to face off against this Brody in the gold lane. How do you handle that?
Well, we've seen Melissa back then in the first or even the last match of the first series, which is a so effective recipe against a Brody. If you're considering about the distance and how to land your hits onto this Brody that has a way of like utilizing those long range burst damage right onto team fighting capabilities, well, Models and Eyes on You is the one way of answering. Melissa actually is a great combination if you want to reach a Brody, but with a ban of the carry, complementing the composition with the Kade and even a Kaja, in a way, acts like a Franco. You have the pull, you have the way of catching one, you have the burst. Well, the answer of banning down the carry, they're pushing even Egypt to take the Claude with them.
Okay, and now that we have the second phase done here for these bans, you can see that, right? A lot of respect still going on, but at this point, again, best of one, a lot on the line here for both of these teams. We'll see how they round it out. For Indonesia, anyway, they already have the Novaria locked in. You're kind of assuming, right, is this going in the hands in the mid lane? Does Moreno want to pick this up? Most likely, yes. As he does, the Grok is also locked in. My main question here was, once again, where's the Akai going? Right, and that was the question, is we've seen him pop up now today in the roam, so it looks like this is going in the jungle this time around, right, because the Grok comes up here. But still, there's actually some flex that can happen, and we haven't seen this in a long time, but we can't count it out with something like this when it comes down to the best of one. What if, you know, they decided to actually go XP Grok? That has happened. Not only that, but we've actually even seen XP Akai pop up. Now, this was months ago, not a year ago, but it is not out of the realm of possibility. But I'm assuming, yes.
He's much more effective in the jungle compared to being an EXP or a roam.
Assuming.
Wow, it's high noon.
It's high noon.
Once again with this Clint, using a day number one, have a good amount of sane with this glue. I said they have a lot of pull. They have a lot of control. Egypt on this composition has a lot of way of taking something out. They can even pull Sagan out of even team fights here.
Well, as we wait for this last pick to come in, again, for everybody watching around the world right now in this stream, there is a code for you guys. We're doing codes for skins all through the playoffs. I believe there's only a certain amount that can get that skin, so make sure you watch for the code. It should be pinned on the streams you're watching. And there you go. Good luck to everybody. The drafts are locked in here. That last pick from Indonesia was the Lancelot. I'm wondering if we see what we saw from the Philippines yesterday. We'll have to wait till we get in game to see that.
Oh yeah,
if it is.
I know what you mean.
Yes, we'll find out. Well-rounded across the board. The thing about Egypt, though, is it's very risky. If they're not able to pull off the plan A, plan B with the pick-off picks that they have, the heroes, the Kadita, and that Kaja, they lose a lot of the game plan here unless somehow, some way, Huda has a very similar game to what we saw before in the Fanny. He's able to just pop off and unleash and control the pace of the game. We'll have to see.
Now is the time. We're down in the best of one. Time to unleash something. Who is going to move forward? Who is going to drop out? Last match.
Here we go. It's come down to a best of one between Egypt and Indonesia. I know a lot of you are watching around the world. It might be late, but here in Romania as well. Cheer for your team for the win. Egypt is at a match point against the defending champions here, Indonesia. And as you can see, already setting up in the early part of the game, putting the pressure on these junglers. They don't want to let Super Ken get out of hand here. Notice real quick, as we mentioned Super Ken, it is not what we saw from the Philippines yesterday when Lancelot was locked in. This is the killing spree.
Alpho receiving some damage, looking for the puncture, looking for an ultimate. It's not yet available for Super Ken, but onto the pokes, getting in vision. Okay, early on in the river of Egypt and Indonesia. We have 3 quantum charges present here. Nice for Egypt, as you call an athletic strat. Look at that. First blood goes to Super Ken, taking down 1 Alpha on the EXP lane.
So that's tough. First blood there. They're going to go, though.
A knock-up trying to utilize the burst here. Maro, though, will be the one to be the shield here for Egypt. Gonna back away. Not yet time to attack.
See, moments like that is where it gets a little spicy, especially if, you know, you have those level 4s available to you. For Smile specifically, just the fact that he's on this Kadita pick, rough waves. We've seen it do immense damage with the Petrify, not to mention Divine Judgment still in the way here for Maro. It's a good game plan, but they need those level 4s. This should come up in time for this turtle. First one in the game, a couple seconds away here. You're gonna see they need Huda to get that purple buff to contest this. So Super Ken, knowing the timing, gonna go ahead and start it up, try to get this down as much as possible. The rest of the team's gonna go ahead and get the vision they need, and they'll see how it unfolds and plays out here.
A level gap. The knock-up, though, burst onto Vin. Maro secures the kill. On the other hand, Indonesia has more ways of taking this turtle for themselves. Objective for a kill. A bit of a trade there, though, for Egypt.
A trade worth taking at this point. Again, if you're not confident enough to fight those early battles, you might as well let it go. Oh, Huda, though.
He's on the chase, saw Ken. Look at that, cutthroat just connecting over to that Brody. With a response, Vin using heavy spin now. Uda might be in trouble, dropping down low. That's the recall being utilized here. Vision has now been activated by Indonesia. Maro, though, trying to get back for a retreat. Level 3, no pull yet for this Kaja. A window of opportunity for Indonesia to slow down progress of Egypt right now.
Man, look at this. You know, Super Ken is level 7. Huda's level 5. Right, so there's already this gap forming here, at least in the jungle. Still going to be going.
It's not yet 4 minutes. The snowball of this Lancelot right now could mean business. Look at that, the pull onto the turret now being suppressed. Finn as well trying to escape this. He won't be. Speedy secures the point. Egypt as well slowly looking for opportunities here for the overcommitment of Indonesia right now and being in the struggle. Uda using the steel cables as well, trying to get a peek out of Indonesia.
Okay, so at this point, still relatively even. Yes, there's a couple more kills here for Egypt. They're doing exactly what they have to do, utilizing this Kaja pick. Now that he's level 4, every time that Divine Judgment ultimate is available, you can expect some type of action, right? Flicker as well being online. He doesn't necessarily need it, but it makes it a lot better.
Yeah,
now as they just poke here, setting things up once again, no one fully committing, but they want to keep the pressure.
Wall, Maro now being blocked to retreat back. Alpha on the other hand, in the back line, heavy spin, pinning down Uda. Now Cerisa kills the kill, as well as the purple. Objective taken now, Super Ken trying to get a grab here. Alpha on the other hand, now trying to hold on. Maro with the pull. Will this be a saving grace for Egypt right now? Damage, will it be connecting to a takedown? Translating into a retreat back. Maro as well, securing a safe space back. Cerisa, though, no mana, just being broke down by Alpha. Look at the burst, using the rough waves, trying to slow him down. Cerisa going back, forced to recall. Finn as well, though, trying to clear some waves in mid.
Oh man, Cerizo's trying to get out. He's in a bad spot, but he's quite tanky. Yeah, so you know he's just going to nonchalantly walk away. But that whole interaction between these two teams was just like tanky boys versus tanky boys. No one's going to fall. They're all just kind of slapping each other like a wet noodle. And that's the downside, right? When you have this kind of lineup.
Wow, flicker and a heavy spin being used to escape. He's low on mana. Vin, what a box out right here. Zone out by Indonesia. Securing this turtle possibly might go to their hands. Maro won't do anything much here. Using the Ring of Order, trying to poke down Maro as well. That's the pull. That's the fault. Look at the damage right onto Super Ken. Finding an avenue to take him down. Falling to his first death of the game.
That's what they needed to happen, right? Yes, the turtle was secured there. Get that flicker out as well from Reno, but they got the turtle secured for Indonesia. Trying to find the wins where they can. Huda, a lot of times, he's just trying to catch back a little bit here. Again, he's gapped a little bit from Super Ken. Not too much. He's working his way back, and as he continues to put pressure around the map, that's best case scenario for him. But look at what Vin is continuously doing. He's just being a nuisance, right? He wants to force Huda to not have a great time trying to just get this most important buff, the purple buff.
Speaking of purple buff here, objectives now being stolen slowly, but Uda secures his own purple. Now on the mid lane, we're looking for Alpha here. That's the knockup, plus the ultimate with the burst. Finn might fall down, use the dash out for
Alpha.
safety. That's the wall. That's the grab up onto Alpha, secures the point and the kill for Egypt. Now this time around, they might clear some waves, but down bottom, Socken slowly taking a peek out of the defense in the first turret down bottom of the gold lane.
Again, decisive action here from Egypt, especially Alpha finding that pickup there. Still relatively in the economy though, it's pretty much even. Right? Indonesia doing a great job at keeping it there as they continue to get objectives. Now the kills, yeah, are going in favor of Egypt. They're quite, adamant on that. They're finally going to get this turret on the top side that they've been working on for a while. So they got a little bit of space to work with now. But as this all translates to that third turtle, the last one of the game here, you can expect some form of 4-on-4 fight, most likely.
That's the pull, that's the breath of the ocean. You name all the bursts right now. 3 members present from Egypt, taking down one isolated member from Indonesia. Now on eyes on the first tier 30, trying to get a pull. A knock up onto Maro, they'll force out the flicker. Gold the ult with Brody, connect, no it won't. Safe distance for Egypt though, a retreat back. A space for Indonesia to take this turtle again.
Yeah, they should be able to take this. That'll secure themselves 3. But look at what's happening here. Maro does not have the divine judgment. They have to just maybe call this one off. They get the information, it's already taken. But look at Vin, he's going in, conceal play. He wanted to probably put some pressure there once again on purple. But ultimately, Indonesia, yes, they're down these kills. They're getting the objectives they need, keeping themselves in the game based on economy. Huda though, going for another play, but look at all these members here from Indonesia. They got to be careful.
Speaking of be careful now, Vin using the heavy spin for safety. He might not be taken down there by Egypt. Use an ultimate smile, committing the rough waves here, looking for a chance to isolate Indonesia now at 9 minutes in.
9 minutes into the game is what is going to be crucial for both these teams into that first Lord fight. You can see them setting up Alpha. Oh, the torn apart memory. Good thing for the split. Able to keep himself together.
Good regen.
And it's only a matter of time before Socken gets to the items that he needs on this Brody to where those couple, hits and the marks and then the torn apart memory will result into a kill, right? He's only pretty much got, I believe it's the Malefic Roar the last time we took a look at the items. There it is. Now also on the flip side, you have Speedy getting his second item. He's already got the Blade. He's got the Endless Battle as well. So in the damage department for both gold laners, they're kind of where they need to be at this point. You still got a little bit till that first Lord comes up, but you can expect looking for an advantage with a pick-off from Maro. Or Smile.
Yeah, good peek though from Moreno. You utilize that Astral Echo, trying to check on the bush there on whose members of Egypt here are present. Meanwhile, trying to circle around here. Smile though receiving damage from Vin with a flicker. Trying to bend down Huda. Still safe though. This time around, Egypt has eyes on where Indonesia is headed. Trying to gain control. Most of the turrets of Egypt now are still standing, Naisu.
Yeah, they have to, right? And now we're just seconds away from that popping up here. You're going to see this space advantage that Egypt does have based on the turrets being down. They've just got a couple. They're working on these tier 2s as well. And that's what Indonesia has to keep under control, right? How do you play around this? Because look at Maro, he's on the hunt before that Lord comes through.
Time to grab, Salkin out of the picture. Now this time around, Maro's looking for a way to pull this one. Knock up onto 2 for Indonesia, still looking just with the spams. First Lord of the game is up, 6-2. Still maintaining the objective takes here for both teams.
Yep, getting a position here. Lord now up. Both junglers meeting in the mid lane. Look
That's
at the damage.
The pull, knock up, burst the down Vin. Smile secures the kill here. Now with follow-up Cerezo though, will the Wall Charles be the answer though? Signing on to the kill. Super Kens receive another burst onto Smile with a save from the wall. Mara as well. Here comes the follow-up. Uda blocked, not crossing, and finding reinforcement for his team while he was chasing the one. He's still gonna go down. Super Ken. Uda finds one, but Socken with a trade down, not letting him go of that.
Big pickup there with Socken finding Huda. So that's just gonna pretty much just stop both teams from committing to this Lord just yet, right? They've got to wait for both of their junglers to come back up here. It buys a little time for Indonesia. they needed this time to not necessarily make up for a huge gold gap. There wasn't really that wasn't really the case, but at least buy a little time, set things up a little bit more for Sakin because he is a key damage component to their lineup. And here they go at it once again.
Immobilized, being pinned down on the wall. Surizo and Vin with a tag team now. Knock up in the middle of the ocean with the rough waves. Now being bursted down to Surizo on the other hand. Being in trouble. And Alvo secures the kill. Vin is now down, and Indonesia doesn't have one more extra pin, and even for the CC. They're not taking this objective yet, nice, so there's still more and more being cautious of this replay.
Wow. Look at that heavy spin. Great heavy spin there. I mean, this was just messy for both teams right there and fighting in that choke point position. But what's happening here? That Lord that came up at the 9-minute mark hasn't been claimed yet. 11.5 minutes in the game, right? It's going to level up here pretty soon, but Speedy goes ahead, gets the call, started up. Indonesia has to take care of some of these lanes. Huda now making his way here. They're going to get here in time to actually contest this most likely. They have to be careful on the placement. Look at Alpha trying to keep them at bay.
Speaking of being at bay, now Maro holding on to the front line, being blocked now by the wall charge. Now with the pin down, Maro is now trying to have a safe passage back. Alpha
he gets
with the pull. A great way of taking on Super Ken. Will the damage be enough? The Alpha in behind the lines now being immobilized. Oh my gosh, it's too much CC right now for Indonesia to fight back. Sakin as well with a change of 1-to-1. Suda and also with a spin falls down. This time around, Super Ken is on to take down Maro, trying to use that Thorn Rose. This time around, still securing that purple for Egypt.
It's getting tough for Huda here. A couple of marks, even if it's 1 or 2, and then a torn apart memory takes them out of the game. And now they still are able to go ahead and claim a couple of these tier 2 turrets, right? You can start to see it for Indonesia though. The damage is starting to be there, but can they hold it together? Egypt are the ones controlling a lot of this pacing. And the fact is, once again, Maro, you're just waiting for it. Once that green light on Maro pops up, as it did, Divine Judgment is available, and you're expecting him to make a play. Whether he has the flicker or not, he's still able to do it. Smile as well. 2-0-5, mind you, with Lethal Ignition. He's able to find a lot of burst damage in himself alone, right? He's got the Genius Wand, he's got Divine Glaive now, and that's why it hurts so much. Conceal Play gonna come through. Who can they find? Right now, they're trying to pick the target here. They don't find anyone just yet.
Looking for a setup. There's a lot of pull, there's a lot of control right now for Egypt as well as Indonesia. Now they're eyeing on the second tier turret up top, taken down by Speedy. Now painting the map blue. This time, they want to push more waves into the base of Indonesia. Picking up the Ice King 1 for Moreno, though. Additional slow by hit.
I think the biggest advantage here for Indonesia is, once again, the range that they can work from, which is kind of exactly what you have to do when you're counter playing into a Kaja pick, right? And you're trying to just avoid getting caught out. So distance is their best friend at this point. Now, as we get closer to this next Lord, should they be fighting, full force 5v5 for the Lord? Yes, but for the most part, anytime we see a Fanny on a team, you can expect some side pushing going on, putting pressure on a side lane so that the other team, in this case Indonesia, has to respond to the presence of pushing, right, from the lanes here. Because the great thing about Fanny is you can get across the map in a split second, right? So when this Lord comes up, expect that to happen. Some side pressure, Indonesia's going to have to respond, handle that wave, and most likely be around this Lord pit with a numbers disadvantage. Hopefully, either team is able to capitalize on that. You can already see positionings being made here, which we see a lot of the times, right? They're right where they need to be. Lord has now come up, and you see Indonesia making their way there. Super Ken also trying to clear it up. He cleared up that lane a little bit. He knows what the game plan here is. Now, who can grab this Lord? It will change the tide of this game. Indonesia needs it, though, gravely, because they have no turrets down. Not even the tier 1s right now. They need all the space in the world to work with. Yes, they've relatively kept it close with Egypt, but you don't have any turrets, you don't have any space to work with around the map. What kind of plays can you make? They're trying one here.
Alpha being trapped by the wall of
Maro.
Cereza, but this is go time for Team Egypt. Seeing the avenue here, taking down Vin. Suppress being pulled down onto the route. The damage numbers connecting. Cereza as well with the follow-up with the knockup as well. How is Indonesia going to fight back this time around? And Sakin going on Madman right now. 6-1-1 in Indonesia. Finds an avenue and a takedown. 4-man down onto Egypt. And this is a Lord this time around.
Okay, Huda's gonna try to do the extraordinary, but you can see them slow down the Lord. They don't want it to get stolen. That last fight was a disaster for Egypt, and they know it. And with that, Lord secured here for Indonesia. Ow! Man, oh man, from bad to worse. Huda falls down there, a nice torn apart memory from Sakani, 7-1-1. He's massive here on this Brody. Look at this. You pulled the wrong target. That's all you had. Vin was waiting for it, and there went Chorizo with a wild charge to set everything up so well there in that choke point of a jungle. And now it's Egypt on the defense once again.
This time around, Vin coming from the back line. Force Speedy to use the flicker. Look at the damage. He's bursted down. Sakan secures the kill. And members of Indonesia now holding still, defending and still looking for a place here to take down this turret in mid. Egypt trying to defend. 2 members left, 3 members left. This is so grim right now for Egypt. How can they hold this? Look at that, Super Kenner onto the bush. Vin dropping low, has the immortality though. Look at that, the action from there. Alpha trying to buy some time. Still holding it, being blocked by the wall. With a follow-up though, Huda can't come through. Alpha as well, falling down in the hands of Super Ken. Indonesia on a damage display. Egypt now being forced to defend.
They gotta do something here.
All 5 members, Indonesia present, being bursted down. Immortality's been popped down. Look at that, Ring of Order with a burst. Will this be the answer for the defense of Egypt now? Waves pushing in, still holding through. Egypt, okay.
It's a cable show.
Things are happening. It's a cable show, trying to control more of the waves here. Wow. Still managed to defend Egypt, still standing.
Game 3, nearly 18 minutes in. From a point where Indonesia had no turrets, now they've got all 9 down just on that Lord. And what looked really good for Indonesia is now looking great for them, because they're in a position where they are driving this car into game number 3, into forward for this tournament, the lower bracket. They've been through 3 games already. This is their 6th game of today, and they want to end it here. Now, for Egypt, it's up to the pickoffs. They have to find it. We saw it earlier. It wasn't the right target.
Heavy spin now, being pinned down onto Alpha. Where's the response of Egypt now? They have a target for March to take that suck and taking down 1. No pickoff, no divine judgment for Egypt now. They're on a pursuit. Signing through that objective. Alpha now receives damage, still surviving that though. Maro falls down.
This is what you're seeing once again, right? We're 30 seconds away from the Lord. Indonesia might even decide they don't even want it. If they can get another pick off here, they know they've got the numbers advantage. They might just look to end the game. Do they really need the Lord or not? They're the ones to decide. Lanes are cleared up. Huda now here had to go back to base. Lord spawning in a few seconds. Looks like they're just going to go ahead and call it. Maro again, 10 seconds away from being back up. Even if you get the pull, who do you pull? Because right now it's either been Chorizo or Vin, and that is not who you want to go for. With these immortalities online, with these winter tranches there and everything else, it's getting tougher for them to find out the pickoff potential.
Alpha in front of enemy lines, being taken down by Vin.
Alpha down.
Here's a response from Uda, trying to look for an avenue to seal this Lord with attribution. But the pin down with Vin. It's too much. Moreno takes down 1. Smile is down.
That's
Alpha ran Speedy and 3 members down for Egypt. They don't need the Lord. Indonesia has taken down 3 important members of Egypt, and right now onto the base. Will the damage be enough? Will the defense be enough? And no, it won't. Indonesia is on a mission, and they proceed to the next stage of this playoffs.
6 games for the day. More on the way. Indonesia takes this game number 3. Man, what a game. What a series that they've had from time to time through today. You can see the hugs there, the sigh of relief. They're trying to defend that title, of course, here for IESF WEC. And again, just an amazing series. A great game, great effort from Egypt, the team that has improved so much. And you love to watch them play. You love to see these personalities of these players. And at the in-game level, Egypt, just seeing what they did in Game 2, what they accomplished in Game 2, right? The landslide of a match. It just was unfortunate that they couldn't pull off this pick-off-centric lineup that they drafted, that they wanted to go to this game with, and Indonesia just responded really well, especially on dealing with that Kaja, with that Kadira.
Wow. Discipline. You have the experience speaking through there, Indonesia, on 6 games.
Yeah.
Talking about momentum, talking about experience, a marathon, slowly
Going through the ringer.
climbing up. And now the MVP not missing any second here. It's Moreno of Team Indonesia.
Yeah, it's. I think it's that we have to get confirmation on that. But again, just the fact that this was Huda, by the way, playing the Fanny. So I'm assuming it's Moreno here, right? Wrong hero, but still MVP. And the thing about this too is, regardless of that, the performance from Indonesia was just the team effort, right? The team effort was there. They exactly did everything that they had to in the lanes, in the roles, how they transitioned, and it was a great matchup, a great series. Hopefully ahead of them, OSX, there you go, right? That was the Novaria. Hopefully ahead of them, what they have though is a little bit of a break, right?
Yeah.
Because again, ladies and gentlemen, they've gone through 6 games now. They went back-to-back series, 3 games, they went the distance, and that's why we're saying they're going through the ringer, because they still have a little bit of ways to go, right? Now, I know the next series we have for us is an upper bracket matchup between Saudi Arabia and Philippines, so we'll see who ends up, facing off later today. Again, we have 4 series in total. We're halfway through that point for day number 3 here. Indonesia, they take a much deserved break. I feel like that they need. They can go ahead and rehydrate, get some food in them, and get ready for their matchup later today.
Still, thank you for Egypt.
Yeah.
For giving us a good fight in the lower bracket. This is where the pressure happens. The best of 3, do or die game, this is where you get to be fueled more of yourself on how you even overcome the challenge by just being in the lower bracket. Now we're looking at the MVP right now, Moreno of Team Indonesia once again with this Novaria pick.
Solid choice. And I was saying Novaria is picked up so much for a reason. Biggest stat here for me is obviously the 94% kill participation everywhere he needed to be, providing vision, providing pokes for a lot of the setups there. I love to, we had the exchanges, even in the jungle, the momentum was set right away, right? And like I was saying, it was great to see the lineup that Egypt went for. It was risky. It didn't pay off this time. It looked like it had its moments, right? So, again, great effort there from Egypt. Congratulations to Indonesia for winning that series. We are going to be throwing it over to stage, over with John there, with Indonesia, to hear from them how they're feeling after this win.
Thank you so much to our brilliant casters, and it's my honor to present your winners of the lower bracket semifinals, Indonesia! Congratulations, Super Moreno MVP. A very, very good game for you and your team. So well played. First it was Mongolia, and then it was Egypt. Who do you want next, the Philippines or Saudi Arabia? Who do you want?
I think same. Two same. It's okay if Saudi or Philippines.
Either or. He says both the same, doesn't matter for us. You are just playing amazing. It doesn't matter who's ahead of you. What is different about your team today versus yesterday when you lost to the Philippines? What's different? How are things working for your team? We got a live translation here from his teammates. That's called camaraderie. And you can answer in your language as well if you like.
Today we more prepare, I think.
Preparation makes the difference. I love that. Hey, last question I'll ask you. Any final words for your fans that are watching from home?
Ken. Buat siapa ya? Buat seluruh masyarakat Indonesia, makasih udah dukung kita terus. Perjalanan kita masih agak panjang ya malam ini. Oke, ntar malam kita main lagi, doain aja yang terbaik. Semoga kita bisa menangin gamenya.
Well, there you have it, Super Marino and Super Indonesia. Make some noise, everybody. Congratulations again. They continue their lower bracket run, but they're not done yet. They got to wait to see who they're going to play next. Will it be Saudi Arabia or will it be the Philippines? Because we're going to have our upper bracket finals matchup coming up next. Don't go anywhere. More Mobile Legends Bang Bang coming up after this.
What is up, Romania? We now return to the third match of the day. This is the upper bracket. I'm OSX, and this is nice. So we just went in from 6 games. Lower bracket madness. Awesome matches just out of nowhere. So today, a lot of things could happen. There's a lot of things to even discover, even just finishing the day. This time around, it's Saudi Arabia versus Philippines. Last time they met, it was in Riyadh. Now, in the upper bracket semis, we will know for sure by this time, or a few minutes from now, who's going to be the first team to step foot in the grand finals.
Love that you said it. That's what's in store here, right? For either of these teams, which is going to lock in that placement for a grand finals. And you know, you heard it. If you guys missed that interview, the the post-game interview with Indonesia, they're ready to face either, right? They didn't necessarily say, "Hey, it was going to be the Philippines." They're also respecting what Saudi Arabia has been able to accomplish and how much, once again, that they have improved, you know, up to this point from when we last saw them, and it's crazy. So let's go ahead and take a look exactly of that lineup that has improved so much. Saudi Arabia here. We got Lark in the gold lane, Tarzan in the jungle, Sanji in the XP, Cuffin in the mid, and Troll here in the roam. And you know, here's the thing. Troll had an amazing performance previously, you know, yesterday's matches and everything else. I can't wait to see what he has in store today. Not only that, but I gotta say, this whole team, the whole lineup, does an amazing job at allowing Lark to shine in the gold lane. And there are certain teams where we say, like, what lane are we focusing on here, right? Where do you need to keep your eyes, especially if you haven't been watching for a while, some of these teams. And with this, you know, I would say they're very gold lane eccentric. You really should be able to focus on them as they go out through the game.
Yeah, we have now the lineup of Team Philippines. We have Vergodiano for the gold lane, Saison for the jungle. We have Cannon for EXP, Arcangel on the mid lane, and Unigo in the roam. Still remaining undefeated in the semi-finals.
Was it 10-0 right now, like up to this point or something like that? Like
they're still counting.
It's crazy. But, you know, again, very similar fashion, a giant, a titan of their own. And, you know, their reputation precedes them, and a lot of people just kind of look towards these teams. And, you know, if we really kind of break this down, I think that's what caused so much improvement from the teams that did get to play out over in the IESF Asian Championship, right? When they played against the Philippines for the first time, for a lot of those teams, it worked out really great for them, you know, and they learned from those times, from those matches.
Well, speaking of, well, predictions.
Maybe there's some in the chat.
Well, in the chat right now, we have so much surprises for you by just being with us right now on the stream. You get to have some goodies with skin giveaways. But for this prediction night, so we start with from 3 games with this.
Predicting 3 games, or is that what you're saying? That's the trend today?
Well, with us and hearing the interview back then yesterday, it's Philippines even saying even a 2-1, respecting all of the teams right now in the tournament. So expecting more of their way of having their flavor in the draft and even for the gameplay. Maybe this one we have considering the respect from these 2 teams has been created from Riyadh alone.
So do you have a prediction?
2-1.
2-1 who?
Wow, you're putting on the spot here. Yeah.
3 games, that's what we're hoping for.
3 games, we're hoping for 3 games today because now and tomorrow, it's the grand finals.
Yeah.
We expect more teams to go all out, all in, and everything that can happen by just in the draft alone. It's a big impact of a game.
It's crazy because if you think about it, like day 1, we had 4 matches. Yesterday was, wow, we had 5. Today we have 4. And then, of course, tomorrow, we literally have 1 match. It's the grand finals, right? So I hope everybody is ready for that. But first, we got to get through this. We're going to go ahead and toss it over on stage with John there to welcome on the teams.
Thank you so much to our casters, as always. And that's right, John Kefalukas, also known as Fallout here, ready to present our upper bracket final. It's going to be a heavy Titan match between 2 Titan teams. First and foremost, the heart of the Middle East and quickly becoming a global hub for esports, courtesy to Prince Faisal and all the great work being done, representing the entire nation. It's Saudi Arabia! Best of luck to this team. And representing the Middle East and Mobile Legends Bang Bang, it's a battle between 2 regions. And I'm excited to see what they can do. And of course, they'll be going up against a powerhouse team who's been in the grand final before, just a year ago in Bali at the IESF, made it to the finals. Can they make it again? The Philippines has looked great so far in this World Esports Championship competition, and it's my honor to present the Philippines to the main stage. Defeated Indonesia 2-0 yesterday, and now they'll face against Saudi Arabia. I'm going to start with you in your own language. Feel free. Any words for your fans and people watching at home?
Well, we wish to say thank you for the support, and we wish to do the best for today.
Awesome. I love the humility shown. I'm going to ask you a question about the Philippines squad. What has your preparation been like? You know that they're a very talented team. How have you prepared for this match?
Well, we've studied them, we've watched all their game. We've been screaming with them from day one, so we kind of know them and they know us a lot. So.
Last year at IESF, it was the Philippines and Indonesia in the final. Are we going to see a Middle Eastern team and Saudi in the final this year?
We'll try our best.
And the humility, I love it. Well respected and well spoken. On the flip side, in your own language, if you'd like, any words for your fans at home?
Sa mga fans dyan na nanonood, malapit na tayo sa Grand Finals, konti na lang gold na ulit.
Well said. All right, with that said, feel free to shake it up, guys. Shake hands if you'd like. As we get ready for this matchup, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to our casters. We have the Philippines, we have Saudi Arabia, our upper bracket final. Make some noise in the crowd here, and I'll throw it back to our amazing casters.
Thank you so much, John. Team Philippines and Saudi Arabia. Man, it's so good to see those flags once again. It's like a month. It's been a month that we saw them back in the Middle East.
Was it a month when we were in
Riyadh? We're
Riyadh?
in September. It'll make it a month and a few days. But that's
Time
where
flies.
the magic started. Saudi Arabia, with the respect coming from their captain or even a member of the team, the respect coming in from they met here in Ayash. Day number one, they had screams with them. They had a way to challenge each other and how to get to know more of the meta, rotating all over the region. So this is one thing to consider here is there's a bit of a change. We've seen Saudi Arabia from day number one develop a new story, a different team, a different beast, as we say, a growth for this team as well.
They've definitely grown, right? You can't deny that fact. And also, as we heard Tarzan speaking here, the man's the king of the jungle himself. It's really fitting for his name, right? Because we've seen amazing performances from him alone, and we can break it down really from each lane because Saudi Arabia themselves have really just improved. You can see that even seen, right? Really building, not just, of course, with MLBB, but other titles as well. And it's amazing to see. Now, in this specific matchup, obviously when you're facing against a team like the Philippines, some people might just say, does Saudi Arabia stand a chance? I honestly think they do. They've improved so much. They know the assignments very well. And if you look at back in the group stages, back in the playoffs, of course, you have to ask yourself this, right? There was a moment there where Indonesia had a game taken off of them, I believe it was by Kazakhstan. And a lot of people were like, whoa, what's going on here? That was a surprise. So I feel like you can't really discount or discredit any of these teams at all, no matter how strong their opponents are. You heard John say there, right? This is a titan of a team. The Philippines is. A lot of people would say, they are one of the tournament favorites here to win it this year, just on how clean yesterday's gameplay looked against Indonesia. Again, it was a sweep. It was a tough game for Indonesia.
2-0, right? Yeah. Yesterday, and to think right now that Saudi Arabia has more chance of having a bit of a confident experience that they prepared for, that they're up against Philippines right now.
Yeah.
Things could go their way easily. So yesterday, or even the past 2 days, we've seen how Tarzan struggled with the jungle. We're just imagining how he had the recovery by just using the box. We were talking about sustained lineups back then. Even back in Riyadh, it was so famous even to look and observe all of the picks show up. You have the floor, and you have the Angela.
Did that first in Riyadh.
And the Philippines, yes. And this time, while Team Saudi Arabia is doing that, the sustain factor of having a utility jungle pick actually is making wonders with a damage composition lineup of an enemy.
Well, what I'm thinking too is, exactly, again, looking from yesterday, those quick matches that the Philippines had. If you're Saudi Arabia and you were watching those, of course, a lot of the players do come through. They watch the games in person here. And what can you take from that, right? How can you take what happened yesterday, adjust from it? Now, for Saudi Arabia, number one, it was you can expect those target bans to happen, right? We're kind of past that point where in the tournament, these teams know each other well enough that these targeted bans go through. So you got to be really dynamic in your approach, right? You still kind of essentially have the same idea, and I think for Saudi Arabia specifically, it might still be along those lines of let's go with somewhat of a durable lineup, right? You already mentioned the Baksha, and I think that was a key component to that durable, that beefy boy lineup that we see, you know?
Beefy boy.
2, 3 tanky heroes, able to also provide some momentum and mobility around the map, and that's why the Baksha works so well. So if you don't get that, you can opt for a different plan. And that's usually, again, Troll is the one that they count on in the Roam to be able to find those setups to allow the team here. Now, does Troll, you know, does it really, in his favor, does it really work to always get a setting hero? Could he play one of the sustained ones and go with that game plan?
How about
that's
pickups?
growth.
Yeah, because yesterday we've seen also the Franco being used by Team Philippines, and I love that you're focusing more on the Roam choices here on both sides, because in the first day of the playoffs, we've seen Saudi Arabia use the Franco as well, use the Terizla, even use the Kufra. And mind you, also the Yuzok. A lot of similarities.
A lot of similarities.
Actually, is a mix right now in the hero pool for these two countries to battle in the semis right now. So continuing the chance of having a way of getting ahead of even your comfort pick, I say it depends on where side they're going to be. Either the blue or the red, who they prior from. But yesterday, we've seen a lot of playmaking stuff from the Roamer and even the experience of Saudi Arabia. Against Kazakhstan, as you've mentioned, I consider them the poison of this competition.
They were your dark horse.
Yes.
They were our dark horse.
Egypt, Kazakhstan, I can count more.
Yeah.
But this time around, looking at their chance and even progress, we can't count out most of their comfort picks, and they even would stand a chance, even by just in the draft alone.
It was, I'm trying to recall here, wasn't it the Philippines that decided when they were on the blue side, they swung back, they took the Paquito first pick? If I remember right, that was one of the, it had to be the Philippines because they love the Paquito, right? And the way that it, how it is so dynamic in terms of like where you want to park it, is it jungle, is it XP lane? It can work wonders for them. And I feel like they're one of the few teams, if not the only team, that would actually prioritize a Paquito in the first pick on the blue side.
Love that you mentioned that. Paquito is just an all-around guy. You have a dash.
He's all-around guy.
You have a knock-up. You have a damage burst. You have stacks building up. You have your own lane to even hold and control. Even up against your Rangers, even at Terizla, even a Joy. We haven't seen good Joy games today,
I was gonna say, statistically, do we want to keep mentioning Joy because it's not very joyous so far?
No,
like, I think she's 0 for 3 today. Or again, you know, all these games are molding together, right? We've had so many matchups, especially go these 3 games, and it's great that you mentioned that though, because just because it hasn't worked out for some of these other teams really drafting that Joy, the fact that it's still one of those heroes that you can actually flex is a positive. It's an advantage, right?
It's a power pick.
It's
well, again, statistically, no.
Just gonna say power pick. I don't know if I'd go that far.
You can't confuse something out. But in this time, with the statistic and manner, we're not even agreeing to even be present. It's okay to ban out the Eve.
Yeah.
Just let the Joy out of your mind completely.
I think still between these two teams, as we wait for this draft to come through for the first game, is one, contesting for the Novaria. Novaria, for the most part, has been crucial for every single team in IESF, up to this point. Probably one of the best choices, either that or the Eve, right? Do you trade one of those? Do you let them through the ban? We've seen some teams actually just ban them out, and you're kind of forced to pick up maybe the Kadita, right, if it's left open. You're left forced to pick up. We have seen a Kagura yesterday. That was something out of the ordinary, if you will.
And even what, Hylos?
Jungle Hylos, yeah.
Jungle Hylos, yeah.
Popped up.
Kadita, well, mostly a stable power pick, but those off-meta picks alone, sometimes it gives you even a glimpse in your head. Will this kind of work in the meta right now? Will that be the backline answer if you're up against a carry, even a Beatrix? Because at some point that you don't make your scaling work even from level 4, that thing slows you down big time.
I would say this though, if it was any time to like test something out, honestly, like pick-wise, and you've been saving something up your sleeve, then this is the time to do it. The upper bracket, technically you still got an extra life, You're still gonna have to go off and fight, but then again, it's like, all right, well, we got to go fight off this Indonesian team that's now 6 games deep today.
In the lower bracket.
In the lower bracket.
Who's just waiting.
They have gone through just the dirt, mud, and triumph through it, and they are ready to go. I feel like, you know, at that point, when you're looking at teams that might be playing 3 series in a day, it's an advantage in a way, you know, for the most part, especially for a team like Indonesia. So it would be great if Saudi Arabia, like I said, can send the Philippines down there, right? And then you're really going to have a different grand final than what I think a lot of people were expecting, because we know that leading up to, you know, here, IESF, we actually saw quite a few predictions being made and how that unfolded. So here is the draft for game number 1.
Okay, we have 3 picks now from Saudi Arabia. Good choice with the Fredrin, and as well as the Franco. We have seen Troll perform with this hero, a massive of a madman of a player here, plus with the Valentina. One thing also that they wanted to utilize here is you have a way to steal the ultimate out of the Philippines, but good point of the Paquito though. So versatile, so mobile, and as well as the Novaria. You have vision, you have burst, you have damage, as well as now that the EXP lane is as big of a factor from the first turtle of the game shows up. I think this is one way of like holding your lane in the hands of Cannon.
I think it's still a solid choice. We'll see what the third one is. Oh, there it is, the Baksha, right? Baksha's been popping up so much lately. And we even saw it work just wonders in terms of the fact that you can move around the map so quickly,
freely
deal with it. That's a quality ban right now too, right? Taking out the Terizla, which we see a lot of teams opt for in the XP lane. And for the most part, this is happening quite quickly. Both teams still need a gold laner. We don't really know exactly what route they're going to take just yet. But with a popular pick, the Brody being taken out, that leaves the Claudes. You know, you have the Beatrixes. You might have the Irithyll pop out, which is surprising that we haven't seen that today yet. And how many times did we see her pop up yesterday? So gold lane is still a big question for me for both of these teams, how they want to work around it. But so far, bases covered pretty well for Saudi Arabia. You know, even having the Franco man alone, having this Franco in your department is going to allow you to hook, get these lockdowns, and hopefully get that numbers advantage that you're looking for.
Yeah, one thing is available for the composition of Fredrin though is a Beatrix and as well as a Claude. So if you're looking forward to even have a reach, yeah, they're forcing out a Claude or even a Beatrix out of Saudi Arabia. The ban out the carry, the shredding power of this hero alone is an answer to a Baksha's healing and regen even for the early game. Although in the late game of a Baksha, more tankier, more HP-based AoE damage is much way of answering for a soak-up damage against a team who has really relying more on the damage. I think carry is one of the options the Philippines needs to remove. And with just having the Beatrix or even the Claude being present for Saudi Arabia might be a great answer. Just have an equal lane or even a right amount of scale, but they ban it themselves. Okay.
This is going to force that. You know, again, what's left on the table here for Marksman? Irithyll,
Claude,
that's honestly, that's probably what we're going to see, unless they go the Clint route.
We saw a great Melissa game today, bro.
We did, yeah, but it's similar, right? It's similar to the fact that you just need things to fall in place properly for a Melissa to really work. Not only that, but for the most part, at least what we've seen so far in IESF playoffs is the Franco, usually when it's across from you, you have to be able to protect that gold laner even more, right? But I feel like having a Paquito is one answer to that, because he's always a threat. Like, his damage, even if he doesn't have any of these early kills, like, the damage still has to be respected, just the way his mechanics work, right? And having that champion stance and everything else, the knockout strikes. Yeah, so this is great, right? Clint's going to be picked up here. You have a little bit of defense on you, but like I was saying, you can protect the gold lane. How do you do it? One of the ways to do it, aside from peeling for him, is just having this type of hero, a Paquito, that is a threat for the majority of the game.
Yeah, you have good rotation, you got good backline entry. Now, they might be forced to answer with a Claude, either a Melissa or even an Irithyll, but by just having a coverage of a threat of an Avaria by using the Astral Echo and Astral Recall, you might want to have that extra movement speed that you can actually use if your Franco gets a pick off for you. But for the side of this decision-making of Saudi Arabia, they would want to secure their early game. If they're up against a Clint, you might want to pair it with something that could level up with the scaling. Would you rely on damage? Would you rely on items? But now they rely on the Irithyll. Movement speed, there you go.
Movement speed is what they want to go with. Not only that, but they go with the Edith too in the XP lane. And, you know, funnily enough, I'm wondering exactly the build path for this Edith, because we saw it in the hands of Aizen earlier. and he had an interesting build, and we'll see if he actually goes with that Starlium Scythe on this Edith this time.
Yep.
But interesting. I like the lineup, and also with Philippines, it's getting tankier, right? They pick up the Kufra, it's left open here, and at the same time, you have to wonder, right? How do you counterplay around this if you're Saudi Arabia? Well, you mentioned momentum and speed and also pick-off potential. If you can get a numbers advantage, you have equally the great amount of durability and CC if you're Saudi Arabia. We'll see if they can pull it off. They just have to counterplay some of the vision provided with this Novaria pick.
The Edith, though, another follow-up for AoE knock-up, and as well as the Onward. Not to mention the Primal Wrath's Rage, plus having a Magic Burst on the back line. This gives you a lot of potential to poke early game, and as well as rotate. Having level 2 and level 3 on this Edith can aid your tank so much, even rotate faster, and have a slow on your enemy jungler's camp. So by this time around, I think they're amping up their early game.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia has eyes on having a great jumpstart progress, but for the side of Philippines right now, having the Clint is such a good answer as well for this Irithel. Maintaining the lane, having aid for the Kufra, and you mentioned about the stance of a Paquito. Let's see. It's the first game now in the semifinals. It's Saudi Arabia versus Philippines. We have a bit of a peek here onto the river. We're looking at two roams. We're looking at Unigo, and we're looking at Troll, denying entry for this Franco, and Sison secures that purple just for himself.
Look at the pressure here. I mean, even just from Canon right into Tarzan's jungle, just making it uncomfortable for him, right? They wanted to get that retribution out. They did that. And as I was mentioning yesterday, when we saw Canon playing this Paquito, it was an amazing performance. And he's looking to pretty much do the same thing here for this matchup against Sanji in the lane. So at this point, once again, pretty simple back and forth. Little poking for these guys here in the XP lane, but that's what you can expect. Duking it out, punching it out, leading into that first turtle later on.
Love the emblems here for the Philippines, having two concussive blasts present as well as the quantum charge. Having an early game advantage of HP-based AoE is one more way to sustain the pokes out of Troll and as well as Sanji. If you want to have a great fight up against a Fredid, you don't want to get taunted, you want to get being caught up in a trap, and as well as you want to have that follow-up in the right time, such as this. Look at that, Canon and Sanji. We have the XP lane matchup on our cameras. We have 25 seconds for the first objective to show, but the action continues to brew up top there. Looking by the attention of the gold lanes, 4 members up top.
Those jump in, first blood already claimed. Tarzan gonna fall, Troll has to flicker out. The rest of the team making their way there. The first blood in the hands of Saison on this Baksha. And look at the cuts too happening here from Canon. They're preparing for that turtle. So he cut the wave. Paquito now making his way there to the turtle. They're going to set this up, right? Level 4 is also coming online. Sanji going to get spotted out, has to flicker out defensively. Not going to want to get caught here. Unigo going to go ahead and charge up with the Rage Revenge combination. Doesn't have the ultimate just yet, does get hooked. He will go down here, taking the brunt of the damage. Falls to Sanji. Now Cannon getting in play. Saison trying to get his role here. He's gonna get locked down a little bit. Tarzan claims the turtle. Big pickup, and now they're gonna go ahead and focus Saison down. A couple hits away. Cannon comes in with a punch. Still gonna be looking for another. Somehow gets another kill there, but it will be a bloodbath. Turtle secured for Saudi Arabia, plus a couple kills. Cannon and
so close, Argyle Hill.
Oh, so close.
That point, messy. But that's just Saudi Arabia taking the first objective out of the hands of Saison. Look at that, the hook from Troll.
Oh, nice toss
he
up.
stunned Unigo, looking for an avenue to even stun 4 members using Titan's Revenge was completely denied right onto his face. By looking at the coverage of this turtle bit, Tarzan has a clear way of utilizing that retribution. It was on point, on par with the damage, although this is the threat of the Paquito getting through a clapback, but it wasn't enough just yet. Also, it was a way for the peel for the Philippines to go back to their base.
Okay, Primal Wrath used here. Canon gonna get poked down a little bit by Sanji. Has to respect that damage once that Primal Form's gonna be used. Hold on, meanwhile in the jungle, cross-map play. Troll gonna be quite low here. They gotta wait a little bit longer. He's not where he needs to be. The flicker comes through. Unigo still on the run. Will get taken out by Cuff, been able to pick up the kill. Nice pickup for Saudi Arabia. They've got the fight in them. And now it's even across the board at gold and at kill-wise. Saudi Arabia sticking it to the Philippines right now, keeping it there with them. Canon, very aggressive. This is what he likes to do in the Paquito. But Saudi Arabia, they're doing it. They're holding their own against the Philippines.
Impressive rotation for Troll. Got to hand it to him. Utilizing the focusing mark on those 3 members for Saudi Arabia gives so much. Even though that's a bit of an attribute for your magic and attack damage, for the defense of Philippines right now, having a rocket and a quantum charge is a bit of a big effect. Look at that.
Troll once again, nice hook. He gets the hook off, but not able to get the kill. Rekicano survives. Now Lark's going to be in trouble. Firing off from the back. That could have gone way worse there. Again, a great attempt from Troll. He used the flicker and the hook. Could have been way worse for him, but now turns out they just put their eyes on this turtle. Should be able to claim it. Once again, the bloody hunt's going to come down. They're looking for a kill. Unigo only can provide information, but Tarzan, king of the jungle, able to secure the second turtle.
Catching Unigo again. Finding the setup, struggling to find a set for Philippines right now. Despite what's happening, the lead is just by 100, despite a gold. And boy, for the progress of Cannon right now, even for Saison. We have Molten Essence now showing up for Gatiana as well. Let's check how he's been doing. He has Berserker's Fury, he has Boots now to even move freely. So the critical chance, even attack damage, could actually be beneficial for Philippines, but they need more than that. Look at that poke onto Tarzan, still being able to survive that pokes and damage. Being on the sustain though, Saudi Arabia maintaining the rotation onto their gold lane. They have, and they want to Lark, have the best time. The complete gold lane experience, as you say.
Yeah, and to get to that point, I love what Saudi Arabia is doing, right? For the most part, it's on the whims of these hooks from Troll. Tarzan controlling his jungle the best way he can. Just then, he got his purple buff stolen by Saison, though. So he's got to keep it together, right? He has been winning these objectives, though. He's got 2 turtles early game. If he can secure the 3rd one, that's a great start once again for Saudi Arabia into the Lords later on. Now the focus, look at the flicker come through. Unigo able to get the rage off. Comes Cannon, able to get the kill. Troll will fall. Now Tarzan and Lark on the run. Still going to be going. Cannon 1-2 punch. Looking for the follow-up here. Waiting for the damage, but won't be able to find it. Archangel might be looking for that follow-up, but won't be able to snipe them off. Had the vision. And now back to the mid lane. They're going to go ahead and reset 30 seconds away from the next objective, but the turret in the bottom lane will fall.
Finally, steel leg plates present for Unigo, able to respond to deflect that basic attack damage coming from an Irithil. A good chance, finally had a good set for Philippines right there. That is the coverage you can do as a Cooper. Bounce around the bushes, check and paces for Saudi Arabia where they might be, because in this 3rd turtle, Philippines would want to take this. It has been 2 objectives being stolen by Tarzan. Saudi Arabia gaining control over the B-line, and as well as defense right now. It's quite strong, but on to the advantage of the gold as well. Philippines on the lead. A hook again. The Troll landing it though.
Hook gonna land. There's the onward. They get the flip off too. Still working on this turtle. Not gonna be able to contest it just yet. Saison trying to get in position. Cannon there too. Tarzan gets it though somehow. Can they find the kills they're looking for? You need to go waiting to see what's gonna happen here. Nice shot. Troll will fall. Pick up for pickup. 1 for 1. Still going to be unleashing. Cannon looking for an angle here. Has that fully stacked bar. The champ stance. No follow-up kill just yet. And it's a 1 for 1. The turtles, though. OSX secured 3 for Saudi Arabia here.
Still, Saudi Arabia winning that objective. Troll used the flicker on Saison. How do you manage to have a great calculation and precision on that retribution? There were 4 members, 3 was just looking at him, stunned. All the taunts dropping down right in his face. A bit of a problem, and as well as how do you even manage to sustain and even get out of that threat? Completely taking out the jungler steal or even retribution by Philippines. Wow, managing to have that kind of vision coverage. A different team, again, a growth day by day. Saudi Arabia. Still, Philippines managing to secure the over 2.5K.
We just take note here too. Saudi Arabia holding their own 8 minutes into the game against the Philippines, a team that we saw very dominant yesterday, winning in 11 minutes per game against Indonesia. Now Saudi Arabia has to prepare for this. Sanji going to be the target. There's the rage, the setup. That's too many here. He will fall on the top side. All this, a pick-off for the Philippines. Now looking for the next. Troll trying to set up here, keeping an eye on where they're going. Again, Tier 2 is the target in this top lane.
This is the growing threat right now of Philippines just being in the mid-game. having a bit amount of skill for Saison, even items for Recutiano, you might want to get those tankier items, and as we see, he has to read an armor, he has more ways to deflect the poke of Coffin as well as Sanji by the Primal Wrath ultimate. So this right now, they're buying more time. By the pickup of Lightning Truncheon by Arcangel here, advantage for the poke, and advantage as well for a bit of a cooldown. Looking at the movement speed right here, he's looking for the scaling attributes that we see a staple build for Navaria, but that time, they were eyeing on a great setup. They're building towards their momentum heading into ultra late game. This is just the time of Philippines that they need to have an established defense against Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, two-man spotted though, Sanji and Troll.
Lord half health here. Inigo going to go in. Defines 2 with Rage, able to hold them back. Meanwhile, Lord's going to be secured by Saison. Still looking for the kills. They're on the retreat though. Saudi Arabia losing Tarzan. They can't fight this. Philippines, this is where they shine though. The macro play. Saudi Arabia has held the early to that mid-game very well, but it's slowly but surely slipping out of their favor into the Philippines' hands here.
Don't blink. Almost 5K gold lead on to the Philippines right now. 10 minutes in. Managed to take that Lord. Yes, they lost all the turtles, they lost all the trades, but into the objectives and as clears, they have eye mostly on the defenses of Saudi Arabia. Little that they know, they only have 5 turrets left in their own base, and now they're being pushed to defend.
Inigo charging up here. He's going to find the target once again. 2 members into the rage. Look at the hook, though. They pull him back into the base here. Saison in trouble, will fall under the turret. It was a response from Saudi Arabia. They have to work on this Lord on the top side. They'll lose a couple turrets, tier 2, mid and bottom. But they have a response from the Philippines. They are the ones responding right now, but at least able to find something.
Yeah, Troll extending the way and the length of this hook again. We've seen it time and time again, landing the perfect hooks, landing the perfect flickers. As the mindset right now goes around Troll, probably wants to make a play here. Having to make a play out of Philippines frontline and backline is so beneficial that they need so much of a damage and of a kill. By looking at the items in progress here, Clint, on the other hand, we're looking at Recutiano's build. Berserker's Fury, Endless Battles, as well as Malefic Roar. Damage penetration, activated basic attack hits, and as well as amplified movement speed. Freely, he can be safe around the map, he can be safe around the back line, but you need to be also be aware of where the hooks will be landing from. Knowing that the Coffin rather, has Lightning Truncheon and Magic Shoes, we have cooldown reduction imminent, but one thing you need to consider here is the deflect damage and armor of an Edith. You have the Dominance Ice, you have the Athena Shield, and you have the Blade armor. Freely deflecting basic attacks of a Clint, but that at the moment that they want to have an established or a precise attack on the Philippines lineup, they need to secure who they want to pick. Is it Recutiano or will it be Saison? Rolling in deep here on enemy territory, Philippines.
Good pickup there, Lark. Getting the Hospaz finally here, helping with some of the sustainability. Look at the top side, though. They're actually chasing down Canon. They won't be able to catch him, though. So able to survive that. Now, the biggest thing that stuck out to me when you were breaking down the items there, OSX, was actually the fact that, once again, Canon on this Paquito is built for damage, right? The last item he picked up was the Malefic Roar. And that's why I'm saying it's so hard, because even if you focus, even if Troll can get a target, right? If it's Recutiano, they still have to deal with this Paquito in the hands of Canon, locked and loaded, right? He's pretty much pure damage for the most part. He might have a little bit of defense here, but still, that is a problem for them. So that's why you're seeing Recutiano pretty much safely farm up, do his thing until later on in the point of the game where he is the one that actually gets to provide a lot of that damage, and Canon is just there to either clean up or start things off for the team here. Now that this Lord is up, we'll see where they go. Conceal play going to come through. Troll could be in trouble. Inigo going to jump in. They follow up with the Rage. Sanji and Tarzan trying to cut them off. He will go in with the onward and the flicker. Recutiano in trouble. Look at the cannon, though. Goes in on the back line. Takes too many hits. Will fall. Biting off a little bit more than he could chew. 1 down for the Philippines, 2 for Saudi Arabia. But can they take the Lord here? It's a little bit too much. Jungler for Philippines still up. It's a little risky if Tarzan goes for this.
Yeah, they have the retribution present for Team Philippines. They have more ways of answering this. They just need to pull it on their side, as Saison is doing. Meanwhile, we're looking at Saudi Arabia looking for an advantage to have a retribution skill battle here. Uniga as well, good positioning. Now the ultimate has been taken by Coffin. We are about to see two Tyrants Rages and Tyrants Revenge right onto the set. But looking at this, holding down the jungle
Once
just
again,
at this moment.
Gets the lockup with the Rage. Recutiano taking quite a few hits. Lord's going to be secured though, but Lark finally unleashing on this Irithyll. Helps out, get a kill. Cuffin hasn't died yet on this Valentina, providing quite a bit of damage. They know the Lord has been secured here, but they're still going to try to get at least a turret work around it. Troll, looks like he used the conceal, but not going to be able to find a target.
Yep, also cooldown onto this Flicker, and still Coffin is holding on to the ultimate of a Kufra. Might as well get this additional extra catch or even hold, because at the time they were looking for even catching cannon. Yes, they have an answer on taking one out of the change when they're trying to get ahead or trying to get a steal with the Lord, but looking back on how they wanted to utilize more of the items, they only picked up 3 items when they all fall down. This time around, they were probably building up something to have a counter with the damage. But just by looking at the progress of Saudi Arabia, looking at Franco alone, Dominus Ice, and also Rapid Boots gets him ahead. But there was some sort of hesitation there, going for even an entry back then when the Lord's being taken by Philippines.
Again, we'll see how this plays out. Right, Lord going to go ahead and charge up into the turret. They've got to be on the defense here. You heard the conceal come through. Look at the shots coming from Arcangel here with the Astral Recall. Yes, and that is a threat alone, just the poke, right?
Wow.
From the Archangel.
Wow. Wow, I'm proud of you, man. You said it. And just by looking at the foes at Arcangel there, being deathless has a great amount of poke, a great amount of burst, but this moment right now, 16 minutes in, this is where he shines. Ice Queen 1, you have the Lightning Truncheon, scaled up attributes. You have magic penetration present. Building up to the final second last item would be beneficial for him to actually get ahead of the burst. Look at that, landing all those
They're going to go for it. Tarzan caught out. Look at the hook, though. Able to find them. There's the Bloody Hunt. They're going to go ahead and trade. Immortality will be popped, but Cannon goes in the backside. Unigo trying to help salvage this situation here. They lose 2. Sason not done yet. Going to force them back. Cuffin goes in with his own copy of the Rage. They're going at it. 1 left. Troll left to his own devices. Is it enough? It's only a Franco. We get the close-up zoom-in shot. It's 1 versus 4. Can he keep the game together? It does not look like he can. Franco man can't do it. Philippines will take game number 1 in this upper bracket match in the best of 3.
And just you thought they lost the early game. Composition, insurance. Right now, Team Philippines finding their way through macro-wise onto the objective, losing 3 turtles against Saudi Arabia. Eyes on the objective, eyes on the plan, taking a point out from this country.
Great performance there. Honestly, even for Saudi Arabia, for the most part, that early game, they were sticking there, toe-to-toe with the Philippines. A lot of the responses that they had was on point. Philippines would make a play some part of the map, Saudi Arabia would do the same. They would go and try to get an objective, Saudi Arabia would do the same. Remember, they got those turtles early on. Tarzan was playing the role to a T. Unfortunately, this is something that we talked about back even in the Asian Championships when the Philippines was playing through the groups, through the playoffs there. One thing that stands out about this team specifically is the macro play. A lot of teams have figured out how to play against some of these teams like the Philippines early on, right? Early on, they figure it out. They keep things together, early game to mid game. But then, yeah, that mid game to late game transition, that macro play, those macro decisions is where things kind of scale out of hand. And if you're just watching this game, the Philippines, that's what they do. Whether that's one member being sent to the top side to push in, put pressure, or the way that they respond around the map based on their lineup is what stands out here from this squad from the Philippines. So Saudi Arabia, obviously, like I said, they've learned from that Asian Championship, from this here in Yash Romania, right, through the group stages and everything else. They've been phenomenal. But you can see it here, the difference in this game, the fact that they could keep it together against a team like the Philippines early on with some of their comfort picks was great. But again, the macro decisions, especially later on, that's where Philippines shines, and that's where Saudi Arabia has to adjust as they look forward to game 2.
A lot of things to cover, good hooks still.
Yep.
Without Franco, still of a deadly of a threat for just being present in the lineup of Saudi Arabia. We see more of these teams actually go the distance. based on their performances from
3
group
games.
stage. It's Saudi Arabia having 3 games.
Yeah.
And it's just how they managed to recover. But that time, the coverage you mentioned, and you say that the macro was the big, an advantage for the Philippines just taking over the games that they went through. And the MVP, let's show it on screen. Right now, a lot of potential for our gold lanes to actually shine. Recotiano, 2-0-8. He had his first kill, minute 50.
Yeah.
And it's all assists, 7. And he has 71% kill participation. By just being in the right distance, he gives an amount of damage. Berserker's Fury, BOD, Endless Battle, and also the Malefic Roar is an equal of a tool to have more damages out of the sustain of Team Saudi Arabia.
The way that I see it, for a lot of these gold laners that are getting MVP is, again, they are enabled by the team, especially in the early game, to have that gold lane experience and farm up, profit off later on. And something that keeps on happening is that's either on the help of your roams or even the junglers, right? The way that they control the pace of the game there. So with that, Recotiano able to really shine on this Clint pick, something that really hasn't popped up too much. It's been here and there, but for the most part, if we even look back at the bans, a lot of those common gold lane picks were banned out, right? And so this kind of forced this situation. And I even feel like Lark was actually doing a pretty good job catching up, and it just slipped out of their hands in a way that at one point your gold laners matched up against each other. Recotiano had, I think at one point, like 1.5, 2,000 gold lead ahead. And in that case, that gets troublesome because not only that, but like I was saying, Canon there on the Paquito, man, he was, I think he had 3 damage items for the most part. Like he was rocking the gloves at
the
that
Bloodlust
point.
Axe, you have the Oracle,
Yeah,
you
the
have
Malefic
the
Roar.
Hunter Strike, the Malefic Roar, all 4 items present. You have speed, you have even regen, and also you have the Quantum Charge with you. So more likely you have ways to sustain those kinds of pickoffs. In the early game, we got handed over Saudi Arabia, maintaining that. All objectives, all the pickoffs, it's all with them. Even rotations. Franco did an amazing job having vision for Saudi Arabia, but the damage, as you've mentioned, for that era to actually shine, he was not even out of the wild. That was the needed solution. Okay, let's see how Saudi Arabia recovers. Once again, I'm OSX. This is Naisu. We'll be right back. Good afternoon once again, Yashromania. We return to the upper bracket matches of MLBB playoffs. It's day number 3. We're still here. I'm always Lex, and this is Naisu. It's match point already for Philippines, having the first point against Saudi Arabia. We've seen a lot of games today. We see a lot of teams go the distance. This is the question now. Will Philippines remain undefeated, step in a foot in the grand finals first, or will Saudi Arabia bounce back as what they do back in the first day in the group stages?
We're going to find out. First step towards that slot in the grand final. Match point, like you mentioned. And again, Saudi Arabia, if you guys missed game 1 there, they did relatively well. You know, I mean, they stuck it to the Philippines for the early game a little bit in the jungle. Tarzan securing 3 turtles, you know, over the Philippines. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah, you had a retribution battle over Saison.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Big of a deal. And
this guy right here, right? And that's the thing, man, is you have to respect the fact of what they were able to accomplish in the early game. Now you're hoping here that they can control some of that transition, right, from early. Do what they did the previous game, but have a better transition mid to late. That's where they have to focus on. The macro level is exactly what Saudi Arabia has to do. The first bans coming out here aren't anything too out of the ordinary at this point, right? Like, we've seen a lot of this. And yes, most likely, if the Fredrin is not banned out, we're probably going to see Philippines go for that. They like to flex it as well. It's also just a solid starting choice, right? Priority pick on the blue side. Now, for Saudi Arabia, I really want to focus on them because, again, I don't think they have to change too much in the early game. Hopefully they can maintain that, right? I like that they actually banned out the Novaria, though. That's a little bit of a variation, right? This forces a different, I would say, approach. Because when Novaria is banned out, most teams that like to pick that hero just pick it for the vision and poke, right? That's for the most part, vision, poke.
And it's an inevitable trap in the mid lane, or even the mid game. And also, the pry on the Fredrin still keeps on showing for Philippines. You might, you mentioned about the AoE, you mentioned about the vision with this Novaria, and even with this Joyous. They considered banning out the Joy. No matter how the stats go, they don't want it in the hands of Philippines, because even in the hands of Canon or even Saison, well, he has now the Fredrin, but it's a big of a threat, as we say, because as an experience, even rich in practice and even exercise, the Joyous was a big of a problem in the back line. Good secure though, they have the risk now, they have more action, and they have more ways of getting ultimates out of the Philippines once again.
Man, we haven't seen much Turizla today, huh? Like,
yeah,
I just realized that. It's mostly been banned out. Compared to yesterday and the day before, like day 1 and day 2, it was all Turizla. You know, teams were just locking that in. So finally here,
penalty zone. Yeah. Over and over.
We're going to the penalty zone, man. I mean, at least hopefully they're able to utilize it, right? Because so many of these teams, they've used Turizla when they pop up, they use it defensively. You know, and here's another surprise that we haven't really seen often. I think we've seen Farso once in the playoffs, just one time.
Yeah, and Archangel used this.
Archangel.
You said it correctly.
Archangel.
Yeah, no. Go the other route.
Sticking with Archangel.
The first one, yeah. He used this in pair with Fred and in pair with AoE damage. They have a chance now to secure the Franco, and Saudi Arabia hadn't had a chance to ban that out. You have pickoff, you have burst, you have rotation early game, but a good steal though, you have your Baksha with you, sustaining your way in those feathered airstrikes and those taunts.
Yeah, this is the problem I see here now that the Franco has been locked in for the Philippines, obviously, is the fact that most likely, let's assume it's the focusing mark emblem, right? Which, if you guys aren't familiar, focusing mark, the emblem set for this Franco, will allow that extra bit of damage for the team to follow up with whenever he lands, most likely, the hooks, right? The hooks or the Bloody Hunt combinations, that's his ultimate. And so, you know, in that case, Franco, we always say this, whenever he's locked in, and even for the previous game when he was in the hands of Troll, it actually worked out pretty well. It's just they couldn't, like I said, finish that late game part. Now, dealing with the Franco, you got to dodge the hooks. You got to be prepared for those flicker combinations in. I like that the way that they're going about this, for Saudi Arabia specifically, is having these tankier heroes, because you know that burst, the burst damage alone from Philippines, even just having a Farsa, yeah, she hasn't been picked as much, because just people have been loving the Eves, loving the Novarias. But Farce is still actually a great pick in the mid lane. You know, you have to respect that feathered airstrike damage.
Knowing Arcangel, he knows where to place those ultimates and where to place those feather airstrikes right into team fights, even objective takes. That's what makes you a bit of a problem for Burst. But you also want to think the other way. If you commit that ultimate right onto a dangerous position, you might as well be taken down. Remember, Sanji has his Terizla again, and he has inexperience. And even in our terms that we saw from group stages, he used it, maximizes the ambush, the element of surprise, and finally we see a Cho ban.
Interesting, right? Because, okay, it's a signature pick for Troll. And I think that's just, let's just cover that base because in a way you don't want to deal with, you know, already, like I said, Franco is across the board. One of the great things to do is have this Cho pick.
And we were talking about how the disable will work if you're up against a Farsa. Good ban on Philippines.
Yeah, good ban here. And I'm sure a lot of people would love to see Troll get his hands again on that hero, right? Because it was just one of those signature hero picks for a Troll. Now, this kind of forces him into, once again, deciding on how do I still have that impact for the team, right? Because yes, do it in the early game, but have something to answer this through that mid game. That's where we're focusing on. The response though for now with this pick, they're gonna hold on to the roam option. They lock in a carry. Great marksman option to deal with these tanky type heroes, right? The Fredrin and the Franco so far.
Okay, XP lane now has been answered by the Terizla. We now might actually see a different one for the roam for Saudi Arabia. Kufra is out, as well as the Cho. If you have a carry with you, either think of something that you can pair with. I don't think you actually don't need to babysit more of a carry, not unless you get more ganks. You get more picks for your marksman. But with Philippines having this Brody on their hands, paired up with a Farsa, and you have a Franco to aid with the vision, that's one way of securing your first 5 minutes, having a scale damage, and yeah, we see Xborg once again in the XP lane. How about that in the penetration from the back line of Saudi Arabia? Does this now work? Now they're forced to answer back with a stronghold. How will they catch this one?
We'll see. You know, what do they want to throw in, especially in the roam? That's where it's crucial here. I'm wondering if there's going to be like a crazy switch up, like we see Xborg go in the jungle and Fredrin in the XP lane, but that, you know, that's probably not going to happen. I'm going to assume that's where they're going here. Fredrin in the jungle. Xborg and XP, what does the response want to be? That alone, though, also kind of leaves it up to the table for Saudi Arabia. Like I said, a roam option-wise, you have a couple options, and you probably want to opt for tankiness, not so much a burst roam. And it's going to be up to a Troll. There it is. So Edith is going to be locked in. And this is also up to a lot of people's perspective, right? Where does Edith fit the best? Is it this roam role? Is it the XP lane? We've seen it different variations of even Edith being built, right? The item build, itemization here for Edith has changed up even throughout this playoffs alone. So great here. I think this still serves the purpose, OSX, for Troll.
Catch.
Yeah, like his job is still the same. It's just on this Edith this time. He's going to be going for the 1-2 combinations, right? And at the same time, I'm wondering, because the last time, again, we saw Edith, they built pretty much pure roam tanky type, and we've also seen a more aggressive type Edith build. But we'll see exactly how they want to play around that. I think they've covered their bases for the most part, though. And
it's
I
not
think,
so bad.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
Level 1 and 2, you get a knockup, you get more of a bit of a CC. It's there, man. Up against a Franco, you would need that.
Is it enough, though? Is it enough to actually do what you did the first game, but then take it through the mid to late?
You can hold, you can aid, but now Cannon, okay, not getting into the jungle, bro. Maintaining EXP lane now remains with Cannon. Now it's Philippines onto the match point. Will Saudi Arabia get a point out of this undefeated team? Will this be the final challenge of Philippines stepping foot in the grand finals?
Okay, you know, this is still what's on the line here for Philippines. Of course, they want to stay undefeated. They want to make their way to the grand finals here. Getting the close-up shot of Canon once again. Loving the skins, by the way. And all to the viewers watching online, make sure you grab the codes because they're giving out a bunch of skins for you guys watching. Now, mid lane. They have to, again, as they go through the rotations here, right? As they go through the rotation, as they try to find exactly where they want to find the first blood, it looks like it might even be up here. Cannon, the focus, has a little bit of armor left. Look at how many members are up here. Unigo going to take quite a bit of damage. Terrifies there. Flickers out, able to survive. Wow, that could have been great for Saudi Arabia to get that first blood, but they couldn't capitalize on it.
This answers your question earlier. Is the knock-up enough? Is the damage enough with Edith alone and Coffin alone? Well, they're forced to rotate from that position and they lost the wave. At that moment, Arcangel secures a minion wave for himself, amplifying his XP ahead of a Valentina. So at that point, yes, early game you have a defense, you have an advantage for a poke, but not with the damage. They do not want to overcommit those kinds of attacks against Philippines right now because they're maintaining the objectives. But having the vision and hold by controlling this mid lane gives them a greater setup for getting the first objective of the game.
Poke not going to land that time. Troll going in with the onward, the 1-2, focusing on Saison here. Turtle now up. That's exactly what they wanted to do. Whittle him down a little bit, make him second guess if he actually wants to contest this. This is how Tarzan likes to control this part of the game as the jungler. He's going to pretty much easily get this, uses the retribution to secure the first turtle of the game.
Objective-wise, Saudi Arabia has eyes on the first objective, having the magic shoes present for Coffin. Instead of opting for the enchanted talisman first, he wanted to go for a bit of a greater rotation, but instead he wanted the cooldown being prioritized on his skill set. That is the spam, that is the dash, that is the way of stealing. Oh, so close! Yeah, going back to the thought, Coffin though, he's prioritizing on the cooldown. He wants to poke, he wants to spam. Meanwhile, up top, Cannon.
This is bad.
Here we go again.
Cannon going to flicker out. Is that enough to get the kill? I don't think it was. So, stays alive a little bit longer. Neither team getting the first blood just yet. Sanji, hungry for that first blood in this XP lane. Put some pressure here. Cannon should just be fine. He's going to go ahead and regen that back up.
Well, now with the Brody here having a good amount of an XP, level 5, same with Lark, but not being depending on the items, just scaling with damage, I think the Brody alone is enough of a marksman to pick off in, well, penetrate backline of Saudi Arabia, because knowing that there is a Shredder, possibly a threat imminent on the late game for Saudi Arabia, that's where the things that they wanted to build up for. Would they give the kills onto Lark or will they give it to Sanji?
Okay, they're going to go once again. Onward goes. Saison could be in trouble. Feathered Airstrike going to fall too. Bloody Hunt right on the target. Tarzan zoning them out. They have to flicker out to stay alive for a little bit longer. Couple hits away. 2 fall for Philippines. Saudi Arabia on the board. They're still going for it. It's a trade though. The 1 for 2. Big hook into the turret, and that's going to be a kill. It's a double for Recutiano.
There you go. A hook and a flicker. Right on point with the trade. They took down one Arcangel fall down, but that way they had a way to shut down Tarzan by just being engaging from that imminent skirmish. The Thrall though, having the first death.
So, Recutiano, 2 early kills, 4.5 minutes in. That is not very good in the gold for gold lane matchup for Saudi Arabia. You gotta keep an eye on him. You can't let that get crazy, because we've seen what happens with Brodies when they get these leads. Now look at the dominance. Iron Hook gonna land with the Bloody Hunt. That's an easy kill. Troll will fall. Still gonna be going with Last Insanity. Penalty zone right on top of Recutiano. He has to escape. Cannon able to get the kill he's looking for. 3 fall for Saudi Arabia. Now on the run. Only Unigo went down, sacrificing himself there. Even Stevens for the Turtles as well. The 1 for 1, but now the turret gonna be worked on here in the mid lane.
That is the dive advantage of an X-Borg. Cannon picked up the immortality right away. You know how he can easily be poked down with the hits of a Valentina. Maintaining that Firaga armor and having a chance of life again with the immortality is a great advantage and confidence for Team Philippines to even have a great setup. They have taken the turtle, and mostly the burst coming from the Last Insanity is becoming a problem now for Saudi Arabia. How do they pick up something like that if the button of the ultimate has been activated, right?
Yeah, and not only that too, but they're giving it a go once again, right under the turret, a little bit risky, but they go in for the kill anyway. Recutiano along with the team, it'll be the 1 for 1 trade. Unigo just going every time, like, he's like, I got the focusing mark, I'm gonna go in with the Bloody Hunt, find a lockdown, and give you guys a kill. That's kind of his assignment right now, and he's doing it, right? Recutiano, by the way, too, did just recently pick up the Malefic Roar on this Brody. So he's got 2 now. Damage department is great. Look at this. He's fully stacked. This is going to be a kill, right? Oh my goodness, Sanji.
Sustainable. He lives. He lives.
As I was talking about the Malefic Roar. It's not enough yet. Okay, a little bit
he has
longer.
warrior boots though, maintaining and they just deflect a bit of the damage. So Spellvamp is still used and being, again, eminent for this Terizla. Has a way of sustaining that, but if the threat now continues to grow for Recutiano, he had an early pick with that Malefic Roar, and with that, aided with Blade of Heptasis becoming a danger.
That's
a walking winning condition for Philippines right now.
That's right.
Saudi Arabia might be pushed to answer with defensive items. You see Anticuras here. Will this be a big of a difference for the damage or even
Oh my
deflecting?
goodness,
Wow, he's
Tarzan.
stolen.
Smooth. Just rolls in, literally. Retries that away from the hands of Philippines. That's a great step in the right direction, right? If that's what you can do to secure your second turtle, go for it.
Wow. He was just rolling. He was just checking.
Literally.
He's just checking more of the vision.
Who needs vision when you can do that?
Well, having the precise damage with his own retribution. Looking at the items right here. Steel-like plates, you have Molten Essence for this boxer. Enough for him to sustain. And mostly, he has more utilization of his own ultimate. Turkish Precise right now is so effective.
Okay, they're going to be in trouble here. Once again, the flicker comes through. Troll not able to find the connection. Still gets to the toss-up. Look at the backside. Canon with the last Insanity. Meanwhile, they're still going to be going. Cuffin with his own, forcing the Philippines back here. But Recutiano unleashing with the torn apart memory. Able to find Troll. They want more here. They're going to put pressure on this turret. It finally falls. Unigo trying to line up a hook. Will he be able to grab anybody? He does not find the connection.
Well, speaking of connection, that is just true. Damage connection for Recutiano. Getting the warrior boots just now. Enough damage penetration, enough build. Oh, that's Garcil though.
Okay, Canon gonna go in once again with the last Insanity. Forcing him back. There's a feathered airstrike to Sanji. In trouble. Couple hits away. Goes down once again by Recutiano. 5-0-3 now. Absolutely massive here on the Brody. All this leading to the transition. This is what I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen, that Saudi Arabia had to figure out. Early game was pretty good for both games now. Mid-game to the late game transition is where they have to match the macro play from the Philippines. And it's starting to slip out of their hands once again, like it did in game 1.
How do they handle this amount of a damage from Philippines? Let's take a look on the defensive side of Saudi Arabia. Looking at Edith right now, he has the steel-like plates and also carry. But to look up more on damage deflection of Terizla, he only has the Anticuras. Just by being in front of Philippines right now could actually mean a pick-off for this team to actually take you down and have a team fight follow-up once you either not commit to that invade.
Once again, look at the positioning. Both teams here setting up first Lord of the game. Either team that grabs this will actually be able to make quite a bit of play on the map in terms of space. You can see them taking their time with this. Unigo checking the bush there with the Iron Hook. Not going to be able to find a connection. Still working on this Lord here. If Tarzan did what he did before the last turtle, that's all he needs to do. His team's relying on him. They also wait for their own concealed play if they can find it. Saison going to drive him back a little bit, forcing this maneuver. Can he get it through? There's the conceal from Troll, looking for his own angle. 1/4 health on the Lord. They got to focus that down. Hook not going to land here. Penalty zone, finding the mark. Saison in trouble. Gets the Lord, though. Can they withstand the onslaught? Lark in the backside, able to get a kill. Unigo goes down. Torn apart memory to follow up. They're going to chase them back here. 2 fall for Saudi Arabia. Philippines on the hunt. Recutiano gets the marks off and a kill. Flickers out defensively on top of it, securing them the win there in the trade.
Unigo with the right target, taking down Tarzan, the taunt. Let's go back on this replay. This was the take. This was the call of the conceal coming from Saudi Arabia. Looking back on this moment, Unigo was in a concealed state, had a chance to bite down one, and that was Tarzan, the first one to fall down, and that was Troll. There was no knock-up, there was no honor to even Primal Wrath to answer. Cuffin was forced to respond with the feathered airstrike he took from Archangel. Defensively, they were forced back to the base, and that was Philippines clearly winning that objective fight.
And with that, they've garnered themselves a huge gold lead once again at this point, 11 minutes into the game. This is usually the time frame where they really shine. They've ended games this early on too on the first lord of the game. They're going to press the situation again. That was a hook landing plus the bunny hunt. Tarzan in trouble, has the immortality, trying to buy time here, and he's still going to be going. Finally falls. Now Troll the next target. Can he stay alive a little bit longer? Gets pulled back to the team. Double kill for Wektiano, 9-0-3. What is the answer here from Saudi Arabia? They hold on, they lose that turret at the bottom lane.
What is the answer? Defense could be the solution. Immortality is only one defensive tool here, but the base is too open for Philippines right now. And the pull!
Another hook gonna land on Sanji, plus the turret. The threat there with the feathered airstrike. They're looking to close out the game here in a sweep, claiming their first position in the grand final. Looks like they're going to do it. Philippines in quick fashion, 12 minutes in, will claim their spot in the grand final tomorrow.
Team Philippines, Team Cebu, the first team to reach the grand finals of the World Esports Championships in Yash 2023. Remaining undefeated.
Massive performance so far throughout the qualifiers, of course, through the group stages, through now 3 days of the playoffs here. And still just as dominant as ever. If you're one of these teams looking at this team for the Philippines, you really have to understand it's the macro level that you're looking for. All these teams have great mechanical skills, great micro ability. But when it comes down to that mid-game, late-game transition, that first Lord is up, that's where things fall into place a lot of times for the Philippines. And even a team like Indonesia had a hard time dealing with that yesterday. So now we get primed and ready once again for the last series of the day later on between Saudi Arabia and Indonesia.
Things go by so fast. Team Philippines rejoicing their win. Now Saudi Arabia goes down in the lower bracket, where they meet a strong enemy, a giant as well. Coming from 6 games, and now they face another challenge to climb their way back up in the grand finals. Will this be the classic return of a rivalry?
The clash of the Titans.
The clash of the Titans, or will Saudi Arabia deny? Wow, I love this day.
I don't want to count it out.
What a perfect day.
I don't want to count Saudi Arabia out later on.
We can't.
We can't. You can't.
They could actually deny.
They could. They could. They very well could, because you can look at the fact that Indonesia has now played 2 series today. They played 6 games. Each of their series went 3 games. So, you know, they've had some time to recalibrate, refresh, reset. But again, I gotta say, with the performance from Saudi Arabia in at least game 1 especially, early game, going toe-to-toe there with the Philippines, that's great. Hopefully they can somehow emulate that and fix things in that mid-game for them for Indonesia, because right now we do have an idea that Indonesia, the way they want to play that is maybe with risk-reward again, right? And they could go that route.
It's always been the mindset. High risk, high reward, so something new on the table, so even having to open up a possibility of an off-meta pick actually works.
Yeah.
We've seen it yesterday, we've seen it the past couple days. What?
We saw it with the Khalid.
Khalid, yeah.
Popped up.
EXP Khalid. Who would have thought that actually worked? It is just your own flavor, it's just your own identity. But now, still, Philippines remains undefeated.
I already know the MVP of that game too.
I think I know who it is. I think I know who it is.
You want to say it this time?
Remaining deathless.
Yeah, deathless. Rakutuya.
He has a record.
I think it was what? He ended the game like 9-0 and something or 10-0 and something. But I mean, ultimately, he just popped off. And it started early on too. Like I said, as soon as he got that double kill,
it's on.
It was there, you know. And unfortunately, that's usually how it goes. Like if there's, let's say, a gold lane is technically not supposed to shine that early on.
Even if you're a Brody.
No, like just in general, right? Like gold lane, you need time. That's really what we talk about a lot in the draft. Is like, all right, which gold laner needs less time to essentially get online, you know, and provide the damage. You get an early double kill in the game, and you know that by that time you've already snowballed at least your lane.
having the first item present, Blade of Heptases and also the Malefic Roar, you're forced to even build up defensive items just for one member of the Philippines from a Brody alone.
Yep.
And you need to worry about the Farsa, you need to worry about the Sustain, and you need to worry about Cannon just circling around with Last Insanity. How do you even deal with that?
See, that's what surprises me is like when you look at this game and you see that Farsa locked in, it's amazing, right? The damage is clearly there. So I would be surprised if more teams pick it up.
A lot of possibilities are lost for words right now on how this matches are going to today. Now let's throw it over to our host Fallout together with Team Philippines for their winning interview.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The first team to punch their ticket to the grand finals is the Philippines. Congratulations to them. They will await to see who they will face in the grand final. What a performance. The most dominant performance we've seen today. I blinked and it was over. It was so quick. Talk to me about how good your team is playing right now. What is working so well for your team?
I think my team is just really confident in playing.
All 5 of you playing with confidence and playing as a team and as a unit as well?
Yes, we just focus on what we need to do to win.
Amazing. And speaking of winning, you've been here before. Last year you played in the grand final. Team Philippines at least had a chance to compete against Indonesia. You lost, you got second place. Will it be a different outcome this time?
I hope so. I hope we face Indonesia again in grand finals.
Love that mentality. Hey, if you had to pick one team that you will play in the grand final, Saudi Arabia or Indonesia, who do you want and why?
For me, I'd like to face Indonesia, so we can have a shot on revenge for last year.
I love that. Revenge to Indonesia. Any final, in your language, any final words to your fans that are watching from home?
Sa mga fans na nanonood dyan sa Pilipinas, wait nyo kami sa grand finals bukas. Kunin na natin yung gold.
I like the passion. I like the confidence. Well, hey, congratulations again, Archangel, and the entirety of the Philippine squad. Once again, make some noise for the Philippines, everybody. They will be in the grand finals waiting, watching, commiserating to see who they will be facing. It's going to be one great matchup, but of course, before then, we have our losers bracket final. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to our casters to break down the action as we get ready for that one. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Fallout. That is Team Philippines punching their ticket to the
Archangel.
grand finals tomorrow. Yeah. Say one more time, brother.
Archangel.
Oh. Come on, I was talking with the other one. We can say it another one. No, that is Team Philippines. Congratulations, remaining undefeated. We have still one more match in the lower bracket. Saudi Arabia will face Indonesia. And by the interview of Archangel, Kyle Angelo Archangel said he is looking forward to see Indonesia once again for the grand finals.
I think there's a little history there, right? I mean, there's obviously there's a long history,
a rivalry.
You throw that out there, and a lot of people that have been watching for a while are like, where is that coming from? There's some, there's obviously a statement to be made, if you will. So let's go ahead and take a look at the MVP. I think we already called it.
Who is the MVP?
MVP.
Bringing out on our screen, it's none other than Recutiano, 9-0-4, kill participation of 93%, maintaining a record of not having a death.
Brody man.
The Brody, amplified by 2 early kills in his own lane, carried so much damage and gave so much weight to push into the base of Saudi Arabia. Once again, double MVP right here, Recutiano, on this Brody.
Great performance, and again, it all started in the early game. Any of these gold laners that are just at the highest level will take a double kill 3 minutes into the game, and they will just snowball the heck out of that. So, something obviously that a lot of teams they hope for. Often it doesn't happen though. It's really up to the whims of these roamers, these jungles to set the pace and get the ball rolling technically. And in that case, it's just hard to keep that under control, especially in the hands of someone like Recutiano. He's done this multiple times. I don't know how many times he has had MVP here alone in the IESF WEC 2023. It's just unreal.
Amazing performance right there. Philippines now in the grand finals.
Who's going to meet him?
Ooh, you're being so... Our hot takes are being so spicy today with the predictions. I'm wrong. I said 2-1. It was a 2-0.
Yeah. I didn't say any. I let you predict. But I know like online in the chat too, people were predicting they love to do that because obviously there's a lot of fans for both those countries out there. And I think you could say the same about Saudi Arabia too. You know, up to this point, even back when we were watching them in Asian Championships, a lot of people liked what they saw from Saudi Arabia.
A lot of things can happen, a lot of things to show. We're heading for the last match of the day. Once again, I'm OSX, this is Naisu. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back after.